Chapter 476. Tarentum. Devers chuckled. It was obvious that he no longer cared about the powerful Eastern Hellenic nation whose army and navy had been annihilated. Although he coveted the land of Tarentum, now was not the time. I think we should stop attacking Tarentum for the time being. Right now, Dionia's main enemy is still Syracuse. As long as it's taken care of, all the problems will be solved. You're right. Tryphias nodded and asked, Then Metapontum, I'll have the 7th Legion stay here for the time being. Tomorrow, we'll head north to reclaim Metapontum. If the people of Tarentum are smart, they'll escape to their territory overnight. Divers was obviously very confident in recovering Metapontum, and Tryphias agreed. He immediately said, We, Heraclea, will also send troops to follow the 7th Army. We hope to liberate Metapontum, which is occupied by Tarentum, as soon as possible. Devers frowned. He could hear the hidden meaning behind Tryphias' words. It seemed that Tryphias was worried that Dionia would not leave Metapontum after reclaiming it. Devers glanced at him and asked calmly, I heard that Tadivos didn't die in the battle. It seems so, but because Heraclea was also besieged, he didn't escape here. I wonder if he escaped to the north? North? Galagusso. Devers pondered for a moment, then said seriously, No matter what, we'll find him as soon as possible and let him come back to preside over Metapontum, so that the war-torn city can recover its prosperity as soon as possible. Dionia will do its best to help Heraclea and Metapontum recover their prosperity, because in times of crisis, you chose to trust the Dionia alliance. Dionia should return this precious trust. Tryphias was ashamed of his petty thoughts. He was impressed by Devers' magnanimity, so he sincerely thanked Devers again. At this moment, the 2 legion commanders walked over from afar. Devers hurriedly went forward with a smile on his face. The heroes who created this glorious victory are here. Your Majesty Devers. The 2 of them immediately stood up and saluted. The Devers returned the salute and praised loudly, Amintes, Metones, the 2 of you have worked together to annihilate the army of Tarentum, relieving the threat of war in the north of Dionia, allowing us to focus on the strong enemy in the south. On behalf of the Senate of Dionia, I thank you both. Amintes chuckled and said, It's mainly because of your Majesty's planning that we were able to defeat them so easily. To be honest, these Tarentum people are too weak. I didn't even use much strength before they surrendered. Yeah, the combat power of these Tarentum people isn't even as good as the Tarentum reinforcements led by Archita. If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have waited for you to come. I would have attacked them independently 2 days ago, Metones said with some regret. You've become arrogant after becoming a legion commander. How dare you talk about attacking Tarentum's camp with those inadequately equipped recruits of yours? Amintes found fault on the spot. My new legion is made up of recruits. What's wrong with that? They held back the Tarentum army, which outnumbered them by more than twice, and even defeated them. Metones retorted indignantly. Devers watched the 2 of them argue, but he thought to himself, as far as he knew, Tarentum suffered a great loss in strength after the war with Messapi, and faced with the betrayal of Heraclea and Metapontum. They were unwilling to accept it and learned from Dionia, granting many free citizens citizenship, thus replenishing the city's army. Crotone also adopted a similar policy. However, the increase in the number of citizens did not strengthen the training. Instead, it lowered the military quality of the entire militia. Devers stopped the 2 of them from continuing to argue. He said with relief, Metones, I recommended you as the 7th Legion commander back then. I didn't misjudge you. When the Tarentum army split up to attack Amendalara, you were still able to control the army and endure it. This is the demeanor of a general, and it created the conditions for us to encircle and annihilate the Tarentum army. Metones was praised by Devers and scratched his head in embarrassment. To get out of the awkward situation, he quickly said, Your Majesty, I also caught 2 big fish in this battle. What big fish? Devers could vaguely guess what it was, but he still cooperated and showed an interested expression. "Brothers, bring them up." Matones waved his hand in front of him in an imposing manner. A moment later, the soldiers pushed up two captives with their hands tied behind their backs. "Senators of Tarentum, we haven't seen each other for a long time," Devers said half sarcastically and half emotionally. Diomedes lowered his head and did not speak. Amarches looked up at Devers and said earnestly, "Sir Devers, please treat the Tarentum people you've captured well." "I will," Devers said calmly, "as long as the Tarentum Senate can pay the corresponding price." Diomedes suddenly raised his head and shouted, "Devers, you ungrateful villain! Don't forget how Tarentum selflessly helped the weak and puny you." Devers's eyes suddenly became sharp. He said coldly, "Of course I didn't forget, and neither did the people of Dionia. So, when Tarentum was attacked by the allied forces of Messapi and Pacetti and was in imminent danger, Dionia did not hesitate to accept your request for help even though he had other military plans. He immediately dispatched troops to repel the allied forces of Messapi and Pacetti and save Tarentum. However, you didn't appreciate the blood and sacrifice of the citizens of Dionia. In the following time you provoked the people of Dionia on the sea many times, sank our fishing boats, captured our fishermen, and even spread unfavorable rumors about the alliance of Dionia in the city of Tarentum. I heard that you even sold my statue for people to pee on at home. These dirty tricks, for the sake of your help, the people of Dionia can tolerate, but Devers's eyes were like lightning as he shouted angrily, "You shouldn't have." When Dionia was invaded by foreign enemies and faced difficulties as an ally, Tarentum actually tore up the alliance and became an accomplice of the enemies of Dionia. You led your army and waved your shields and spears to kill your allies who once fought alongside you. That's because, as an ally, you were the first to break the alliance and poach Metapontum and Heraclea, the two former allies of Tarentum. Diomedes roared, unwilling to be outdone. Whether you believe it or not, Heraclea never had any secret contact with Dionia beforehand. Joining the alliance of Dionia was the will of all the citizens of Heraclea, because Tarentum has always treated Heraclea like a dog, and we don't want to be dogs anymore. It's as simple as that. I think that's why Metapontum chose to leave the alliance of Tarentum. Tryphias, who was watching quietly at the side, quickly came out to explain. Diomedes stared at Tryphias with his eyes wide open. "Do you think I'll believe the words of a traitor?" Devers sneered. "Yes, there's no point in telling you this now. The principle of Dionia has always been, treat friends sincerely, treat enemies fiercely, especially traitors. They won't let them off easily. Based on the current situation of Tarentum, even if I don't send troops, what will the Messapi people do when they know that Tarentum's army has been defeated? Thurii was once burned down by fire. How will Tarentum be destroyed by their mortal enemy for 100 years? I'm very interested." Diomedes and Amarches' faces instantly turned pale. Diomedes still stubbornly threatened. "Tarentum is a child state of Sparta. Sparta will not allow Tarentum to be bullied by other cities. Sparta." Devers did not even blink and snorted coldly. "Do you think Sparta still has the strength to help Tarentum? I heard that the war that happened on the Peloponnesus Peninsula was enough to give Sparta a headache. They had even requested assistance from Syracuse. Devers, don't be too proud. Syracuse's army is coming. I'm also looking forward to the day Thurii is destroyed again." Diomedes threw caution to the wind and shouted fiercely, "You won't see that day. As long as I'm here, Syracuse's army will not be able to enter Dionia's territory again. Not only will Dionysius have to spit out the things he won previously, he will also lose even more." Devers said confidently. He waved his hand, and a few soldiers came forward to carry the two away. Amarches was still unwilling to give up and pleaded, "Lord Devers, Tarentum has indeed made a mistake this time. But please think about Urchita. Think about Urchita." "Shut up, Amarches!" You're bringing shame to Tarentum. You're the one who should shut up, you damn or maniac covered in grease. Diomedes' family produces olive oil. If it wasn't for you, Tarentum would not have fallen to this state today. The quarrel between the two gradually became silent as the soldiers walked away. In the central tent of Syracuse's barracks, Dionysius was discussing with his generals about the upcoming siege. In the morning, the clipper sent by the Syracuse navy told Dionysius a shocking piece of news. Dionia's consul Devers had returned to Turiae and was elected as the king by the Dionia people. Chapter 477. After everything was arranged, Phasapeses was still worried. Sir, what if it still rains in the next few days? You don't have to worry about that. I've asked a few old fishermen who have lived here for decades. They all agree that it will be sunny from tomorrow onwards. Look, the rain today is much lighter. Dionysius looked at the crowd and encouraged them. Everyone, you have to make the best use of these 2 days. Build enough siege weapons as soon as possible. Phasapeses, your task is a little heavy. To prevent the siege towers from reaching Crotone's northern gate due to the mud, you have to build at least 5 strong causeways. Can you do that? General, you've already given me enough men. That won't be a problem. Phasapeses promised. Very well. Dionysius looked at the crowd confidently. Everyone, we will attack Crotone again in 2 days. After this battle, I will hold a celebration for all of you in the Temple of Apollo in Crotone. Do not disappoint me. The generals swore in unison. Apollo above, we will conquer Ciudad Crotone. The atmosphere in the tent was lively, and Dionysius was affected by it. He smiled and said to Grandmaster Phoebe, who had been silent all this time, that Devers dared to call themselves a king. Didn't Sparta punish them? Before the Greco-Persian War, Sparta used to be known as liberators, and they also claimed that they were liberators because they overthrew one tyrant regime after another in Greece and even in the Aegean Islands, such as the descendants of the tyrant Pisistratus in Athens, the Arwada family in Thessaly, and so on. Therefore, the Greeks used to think that Sparta was extremely hostile to autocratic regimes. Phoebidas glanced at Dionysius. You only know how to talk about Devers. Why don't you look at yourself first? Of course, he could not answer like that. Instead, he replied coldly, Isn't Syracuse enough as punishment enough? Dionysius laughed heartily. At this moment, the curtains of the tent were lifted and an attendant rushed in. He whispered something into Dionysius's ear. Dionysius's smile immediately froze on his face. His expression turned extremely ugly. Ah! He grabbed the attendant with one hand and roared, Where's Leptinus? Where is this damn bastard? Get him to come see me. The attendant was intimidated by Dionysius's anger and said in a trembling voice, My lord! Lord Leptinus is injured and is receiving treatment in his tent. Get this coward over here right now. Even if he's dead, bring his body here. Dionysius's anger didn't subside as he roared coldly, Yes, yes. The attendant ran out of the tent in a panic. The tent was silent. Only Dionysius's rapid breathing and pacing could be heard. Did the fleet encounter a setback? Finally, someone asked the question that everyone wanted to ask. Dionysius glanced over and realized that the person who spoke was Phoebidas. Only this Sparta dared to speak when Dionysius was in a rage. Dionysius looked at him and returned to his wooden chair. He let out 2 heavy breaths. It's not just a setback. It's a complete defeat. A complete defeat. Everyone in the tent was shocked. My lord, could it be? Carthage's men have joined the battle? Phasapeses asked carefully. Everyone's heart tightened. With the strength of Syracuse's navy, only Carthage's men could be a match for them in the western Mediterranean. If Carthage had joined the battle, Syracuse in Sicily might be in danger. Facing more than 10 pairs of slightly panicked eyes, Dionysius felt even more suffocated. Don't think too much. Carthage didn't join the battle. It was Dionia's fleet. They single-handedly defeated our navy and made us lose more than 300 warships, 2/3 of which were three-tiered warships. What? The tent was in an uproar. No one could believe the fact that Syracuse's navy had lost so badly against the far weaker Dionysian fleet. After all, after years of construction and accumulation, Syracuse's fleet had finally reached 500 warships after suffering a crushing defeat to Carthage in the last naval battle. Among them, there were more than 300 three-tiered warships. For this expedition to Greece, apart from leaving a few dozen warships to guard the port of Syracuse, Leptinus sent all of them with the fleet. After that, he stationed a few dozen warships in Messina to seal off Ligwim and control the straits. The rest of the warships were personally led by Leptinus. All of them had participated in this naval battle, but they were actually defeated, and to a Dionia that did not even have a single warship a few years ago. This was simply, stop arguing. Dionysius, who was already irritated, was even more annoyed by the general's argument. What exactly happened in this naval battle we'll all know when Leptinus arrives. Now keep quiet. As soon as he finished speaking, the tent returned to silence. Only this time the restless and irritated people were the ones in the tent. With Dionysius's order, Leptinus arrived very quickly. He stumbled into the tent and knelt on the ground with a thud. With a trembling voice, he said, "My lord, I'm guilty." Dionysius saw that his head and arms were wrapped in linen, stained red with fresh blood. He looked miserable, and a trace of pity rose in his heart. However, it was quickly drowned out by his rage. "You came just in time. Everyone really wants to know how you destroyed more than 300 warships." His sinister voice was filled with boundless hatred, and Leptinus could not help but shudder a few times. Seeing his cowardly appearance, Dionysius was even angrier. He grabbed the metal sheet that the guards had just picked up from the table and threw it at Leptinus. It hit Leptinus's forehead, and blood immediately flowed out. However, he did not dare to make a sound. "Speak!" Dionysius pointed at him and roared. "Yes, yes," Leptinus replied repeatedly. The generals who were originally angry at him now felt pity for him. On the other hand, Phoebides was unperturbed. The Sparta people would be beaten by their instructors if they were disobedient from a young age. When they grew up, they would be beaten if they did not pass the training and examinations. If they failed in battle, they would be beaten even more. The Sparta people were ruthless to their own citizens and even more ruthless to the black rovers and the soldiers of their allies. This kind of violence often made other city-states unwilling to go near Sparta, and the citizens of Sparta were already used to it. So Phoebides even felt that these generals who caused so much damage to the city-states should be hung up and beaten to death. Leptinus trembled as he briefly recounted the entire naval battle. After listening, Dionysius's expression was solemn as he fell into deep thought. "You mean the Dionia people installed wooden bridges on their warships that could hook nearby warships, and then won by relying on their soldiers to board the ships?" "Yes, yes. Their wooden bridges were very flexible and could turn in any direction, so that our warships could not circle around and attack from behind," Leptinus hurriedly explained. Since they already knew that the ramming tactic would not work, why didn't they retreat in time? Dionysius cursed. Leptinus was speechless. He wanted to capture the new king of Dionia and end the war. Phoebides sighed. "So that Devers had guessed your thoughts in advance, so he used himself as bait to lure your warships to attack desperately, and thus captured a large number of your warships, leading to your defeat. The Devers are really an amazing commander." Dionysius glared at him, but Phoebides did not care. Phasapeses found a problem in Leptinus's narration and asked anxiously, "General Leptinus, from what you said, the warships captured by the Dionia people did not suffer much damage. Doesn't that mean they can use these warships against us soon?" Everyone's expression changed. That Leptinus did not know how to answer. If the Dionia people want to expand their fleet, they would need that many sailors. Dionysius's words reminded the generals that he was right. Syracuse had over 100 three-decker or warships, and to restore them to combat strength, they would need at least 30 to 40,000 sailors. From what he had learned about the Dionysian alliance's territories, their youths had all been invested in expanding their army and navy in order to deal with the many battles that might occur, and they should not be able to muster such a large number of youths. Moreover, not everyone could immediately become qualified sailors. This required a long period of training. An experienced helmsman was even more difficult to find. The generals breathed a sigh of relief. "Leptinus, your failure has caused great trouble for our army." Dionysius asked coldly with an angry expression, "Let me ask you, if the Dionysian fleet comes to attack, do you have the confidence to lead the remaining warships to turn the tide?" The generals immediately turned their attention to Leptinus again, which made him even more nervous and fearful. He subconsciously touched the bandage on his head. The wound under the bandage was made by himself in order to gain some sympathy from his brother. "Say something." Dionysius bellowed angrily, and the frightened Leptinus hurriedly said, If we can lure the Dionia fleet into the deep sea and slowly hold them off, I have a certain chance of defeating them. Their warships have erected such a large wooden bridge on the foremast, which would easily cause the bow to be heavier than the stern. Not only would their speed and agility be weaker, but they would also be more prone to capsizing when the waves are strong at sea. But if it's close to the sea— Leptinus cautiously looked up at Dionysius before lowering his head and saying in a low voice, "If we face their attack head-on, I'm afraid our fleet will still fail." At the end of his words, his voice completely weakened. Chapter 478. Dionysius glanced at the people in the tent, and his gaze landed on a person in the corner. "Androstini, what's wrong with you guys?" "The Dionysian fleet used such a strange device, and you guys didn't notice it, causing us to suffer such a huge loss. Don't you think you should be punished?" Androstini's face turned pale. Actually, the chief intelligence officer of Syracuse was Hipporinus, and he was only one of the leaders who followed the main army into battle. The Dionysian fleet had been training new tactics even before the war began. Androstini remembered the information he received from Tully. It was said that the Dionysian fleet was training in the Crati River. However, whether it was Dionysius, Hipporinus, or him, none of them paid much attention to it. At most, they paid attention to the number of Dionysia's three-tiered or warships, the names of their commanders, and other news. After all, Syracuse's naval superiority was too great. No one paid any attention to Dionysia's inconspicuous fleet. Who would have thought that Dionysius would place all the blame for the failure on Androstini? However, he did not dare to refute Dionysius. After all, he was neither Androstini's biological brother nor his father-in-law. Androstini cursed in his heart, but his face was filled with fear. "Sir, I, Dionysius waved his hand, "will look into your crimes after the war ends. From now on, you have to carefully collect information on Dionia. Don't miss anything, understand?" Although Dionysius hated his brother's incompetence, he had to protect him. Protecting him was equivalent to protecting his own dignity. Therefore, he cleverly shared the blame for the failure of the naval war. Androstini was not punished for the time being, but he was grumbling in his heart. Turiae and Cremissa had imposed a strict military lockdown. It was difficult for him to send out any information. "Leptilos, do you think it's feasible to install a wooden bridge like the one on Dionia's warship on our warship?" Dionysius turned his gaze to the navy commander, who was still kneeling on the ground. The generals were a little surprised. This was equivalent to giving up the naval experience and traditions of Syracuse, and even the Greek city-states that had been proven effective for hundreds of years. Was it feasible to learn from a new city-state alliance that had only won one naval battle? However, Dionysius was not a conservative person. On the contrary, he was a reformer and a pragmatist. Whether it was the reorganization and reform of the army or the advancement of siege technology, they all prove this point. I don't know, because I've never been trained in this field. Leptinius was obviously a conservative and said reluctantly, and the wooden bridge on the Dionia's battleship is so flexible that it probably needs some special equipment. I think it's not something that can be made in a short time, and we have to equip it on the battleship to fight against the Dionia. This all needs time and training. Then study it with the engineers and craftsmen. Dionysius's anger flared at Leptinius's dullness. If it's too late when the Dionysian fleet attacks, we will have enough soldiers on board. Don't the Dionia want to turn naval warfare into a land war? Then let's have a good fight on the sea. But my lord, Leptinius cautiously reminded him, we don't have enough three-deckers anymore. Idiot! Dionysius scolded. Recall the fleet at Rona and the one at Syracuse as well. Also, send someone to inform Philistos to hasten the construction of new warships. Got it? Leptinius's head nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Get out of here and get to work. As soon as Dionysius's voice trailed off, Leptinius left the tent much faster than when he came in. Dionysius was not in the mood to pay attention to this. He knew very well that despite these measures, the Dionia fleet had gained the upper hand in the short term. For Syracuse, which fought across the sea, controlling the seas was of utmost importance. Losing it meant that the connection between the fleet and the motherland would be cut off. The instability of the Syracuse fleet's morale was a small matter. What scared Dionysius the most was not having access to local resources, nor being able to control the politics of Syracuse. Moreover, the Devers had led the main force back, and without the interference of Syracuse's fleet, he could lead the army south at any time. This made Dionysius waver on whether to attack Crotone with full force. At that moment, Dionysius forced himself to remain calm. Now that our fleet has suffered a defeat, what do you all think we should do next? My lord, of course we should do as we said before, and attack Crotone with all our might, Astagras said without hesitation. While we no longer have the advantage at sea on land, the Dionia will not be able to stop our powerful army. As long as we take Crotone, there will be no more obstacles to the north. We can go straight to Turin, and Dionia will not be able to stop us no matter how many warships they have. When that time comes, it's up to you to decide whether to fight or to make peace. My lord, I agree with General Astagras. Phasapeses seemed to sense Dionysius's thoughts and spoke up. While the Tarentum are still threatening Turin in the north, we should seize the opportunity to take down Crotone. If we retreat now and allow the Dionia to meet up with the Crotone, the number of soldiers they will gather will cause us more trouble. My lord Dionysius. The leader of the Campanian mercenaries, Amenes, stood up and said, the soldiers are in high spirits because they know that Crotone is a wealthy city-state. If we give up on attacking it, the generals in the tent were all in favor of attacking Crotone, which had tilted the balance in Dionysius's mind to the side of attack. However, he did not make a decision immediately. Instead, he looked at the only person who had not spoken up and asked, Phoebidas, what do you think? Phoebidas, who had always been straightforward, showed a rare moment of hesitation. From Sparta's perspective, it was more advantageous for Sparta to maintain a balance between Syracuse and Ionia, so peace talks were actually a better choice. However, Phoebidas's interest was piqued by the Devers' outstanding performance. He could not wait to defeat the young Archon who was hailed as a famous general by the Greeks, so he said, what they said makes sense. Attacking Crotone will give us the upper hand. More importantly, it will force the Dionia to come to Crotone's aid before the other battles are settled and they are not fully prepared. This will ensure that we have the upper hand in the final battle against Dionia. If you're worried that the Dionysian army might launch a surprise attack during our siege, don't you have so many cavalrymen? Why don't you let them scout further north? Dionysius glanced at Phoebidas, then at the generals. He laughed and said, what's there to worry about? The Dionia have only won one naval battle. Do they think they can force us, Syracuse, to retreat? No. This will only make us more focused on attacking on land. Dionysius stood up abruptly, drew his saber, and slammed it into the table with all his might. He said sternly, "From now on, all troops are to seize the moment and prepare to attack the city. We will attack Ciudad Crotone with all our might in 2 days." "Seize Crotone!" The crowd shouted in unison. "Mother, I'm back." "We're back." With a loud bang, Cynthia pushed open the wooden door to the backyard with force. "Mother, we won. We won against those terrifying enemies. Don't be fooled by their numbers. We've captured all of them." Adoris ran to Kristoia excitedly. Before Kristoia could reply, a woman beside her said with a smile, "Am I right, Devers? His Majesty has the blessing of Hades. He will definitely win. You don't have to worry." Before she finished, Agnes had already stood up with a face full of joy. "I'm going to express my gratitude to Artemis." As she spoke, she puffed up her belly and quickly walked towards the statue of Artemis on the other side of the garden. "Walk slowly. Be careful of the fetus," Kristoia said with concern. Agnes's personal maid had already rushed over to support her. "Isn't Agnes Hera's priestess?" The woman was slightly surprised. "You should know that before Agnes came to Turim, she was the chief priestess of the Temple of Artemis in Lygum. During this period of time, she stayed at home because of her pregnancy. She could only pray to the goddess of the hunt every day to protect the Devers. It must have been hard on her," Kristoia said ruefully. At this moment, Cynthia greeted the woman with a bow. "Hello, Aunt Andrea." "Cynthia, I haven't seen you in a few years. You've grown into a big girl." Andrea looked at Cynthia happily and hugged her. "Mother, let me tell you a secret. When we were celebrating the victory, there was a boy who carried—" "Shut up, Adoris. If you dare speak nonsense, I'll beat you up." Cynthia's face was slightly red as she threatened loudly. "What happened?" Kristoia asked with a smile. Chapter 479. "Mommy, I saw Daddy. He's so cool." After hugging Agnes' mother, Little Crow excitedly ran over to Kristoia's side. "Is that so?" Kristoia looked at her son and said with a gentle smile, "Then, do you want to be an excellent general like Dad?" "Yes." Crow nodded seriously. "I want to be like Father in the future, a brave general." Adoris shouted from the side, "If you want to be a general when you grow up, you have to study hard in school and participate in training seriously. Only then can you become a general in the future, understand?" Kristoia smiled as she hugged the two of them in her arms and said, "If you want to be a general when you grow up, you have to study hard in school and participate in training seriously. Only then can you become a general in the future." "I will," Adoris said immediately. "I will too." Crow imitated his brother. "Did your father return to the camp after he won?" Kristoia asked with concern. "No, Father went north with the fleet. I heard Brother Herney say that Father led the army to repel the invading Tarentum," Cynthia replied. Hearing this, Kristoia was a little worried again. "Don't worry, Crystal, Your Majesty. He will definitely return victorious." Andrea hurriedly comforted her. "Yes, madam." Asuna also interrupted. "Even Hades is protecting His Majesty now. He has never lost a battle." Crystal hugged the two children and smiled. "If we can repel the Tarentum, Turii will be completely safe." Yes, His Majesty didn't even have time to return home for the safety of the Alliance's citizens. He fought continuously in bitter battles. If the gods don't protect him, who else can they protect? Andrea kept praising Divers. Then she remembered something. She turned around and shouted, "Hey, Mathesius, don't just stand there. Come and meet Aunt Kristoia's kids. Didn't you always say that no one plays with you?" Andrea shouted a few times and heard an "Oh" from the garden. A child stood up from the bushes, his face a little embarrassed and shy. Little Crow saw it and immediately broke free from his mother's embrace. He ran over and looked up at him. Brother, what were you looking at? Ants. Eumathesius spat out a word. What's the point of watching ants? Let's go play ball with Herney. Adoris said as he hurried over. Mathesius was a little hesitant. Little Crew went forward to grab his hand and urged, Big brother, let's go play together. Mathesius could not help but nod. The children skipped to the front yard. I'll go take a look too, Cynthia said as she followed him out. Cynthia is really acting like a big sister now. Andrea's eyes flashed as she watched Cynthia leave. They've all grown up and we've also grown old. Christoia sighed with emotion. Then she asked with concern, Andrea, Mathesius is already so old. Why is he still acting like a child? Sigh. Andrea sighed. Melancholy crept onto her face. You know that man, her ex-husband, doesn't treat me and the child well. He always scolds and beats me. Mathesius has been frightened since he was young, so he has always been timid. Bagul is nice to Mathesius, but the Lucanians like brave children. Mathesius doesn't get along well with Bagul, and in the Grumentum, Mathesius doesn't like to go out, so he doesn't have any friends there. Your youngest son should be almost 3, right? Why didn't you bring him with you today? Christoia asked. His grandfather, Vespa, hasn't seen him for 2 years. He came back yesterday and has been keeping him company. He can't bear to let him go out, Andrea said helplessly. Looks like your children are taken care of differently at home, Christoia said meaningfully. Sigh. Andrea let out another long sigh. Her face was full of melancholy. One was a stepson with an unlikable personality, while the other was his own son. It was obvious who Bagul's family preferred. But in Andrea's heart, she loved her eldest son more. After all, during her most difficult times, this child had always been by her side and was her pillar of support. She knew very well how sensitive Mateus's heart was. The estrangement between him and his new family would only make him more introverted. But as a mother, she could not find a good way to solve this problem. Don't worry, Christoia comforted her friend. Christoia comforted her friend softly. She looked at the open door of the backyard and said, I think little Kroll likes Mathesius quite a bit, and Mathesius is willing to play with him. Yeah, I'm surprised too. This child doesn't usually agree to other people's requests. Crow may be young, but he has a charm that makes people want to get close to him, Andrea said, half flattering and half happy. I have a suggestion. Christoia said seriously, Why don't you let Mathesius stay in my house? I have many children here, and they're all about the same age. They go to school together and play together. Mathesius won't feel lonely, and his personality will become more active. What do you think? Hearing Christoia's words, Andrea was a little tempted. This was the residence of the new king of Dionia. Who else in the entire alliance could have such an honor? But as a mother, she instinctively refused. Madam, thank you for your concern for Mathesius, but this is too. As soon as she said that, in the cart next to Christoia, wah, wah, wah. Deafening cries could be heard. Look, even little Eunice agrees to let Mathesius stay. Christoia laughed. The children ran to the front yard, but there was no trace of Helipolis. In the end, it was Aristyras who told them. His Majesty the Devers sent him to the barracks. He said he has something important to tell him. While the children were disappointed, Cynthia asked, My father is back. Yes, His Majesty led the army to annihilate the invading army of Tarentum and has returned to the barracks. Cynthia saw that Aristyras, who usually had a serious expression, looked a little excited at the moment. The children were already shouting excitedly, Victory! Father won again. They rushed back, eager to tell Christoia and the others the news of this victory. When the Devers returned to the barracks, it was already dusk. The 2 consecutive victories made the entire Turi city jubilant, especially when the people saw thousands of Tarentum soldiers and Syracuse sailors naked, tied up in strings like pigs and sheep, being escorted to the copper and stone mines of Turi. The queue was several miles long. The people stood on both sides of the road, cursing and throwing stones at them. The haze that shrouded their hearts from the war was mostly gone. Many people even lit bonfires in the Victory Square, singing and dancing around the miraculous Turi fountain, thanking Hades for his blessing and cheering, "Long live the King of the Devers!" When the patrol team asked the governor of Turi, Kunigarata, if they should disperse them so that they would not disturb the order in the city and disturb the sleep of the people, Kunigarata, who had always been strict, smiled leniently at the moment and said, "Let them dance and make a scene. Turi has not been so happy for a long time, but you have to maintain order." "Yes." The patrol leader left excitedly. Compared to the people who had been partying all night, most of the soldiers who had just returned to the barracks were already exhausted because of the continuous hard battles. They fell asleep as soon as they entered the tent. The Devers were also tired because they had important matters to deal with, so they had to force themselves to stay awake. However, when Marcius walked into the big tent, the Devers had already fallen asleep on the table. Marcius saw that he was sleeping soundly and remembered the hard battle today. He could not bear to wake him up. After hesitating for a while in the big tent, he walked forward again. After all, it was already so late. If the Devers still called Henepolis over, it must be something important. As the captain of the Devers Guards, it was his duty to pass down orders. He could not delay the important matters. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" The Devers opened his eyes in a daze. "Your Majesty, Henepolis is here," Marcius said softly. "Henri? Oh, right." The Devers came back to his senses and asked, "How long has he been here?" "Just arrived." "That's good." The Devers rubbed his numb cheeks hard and said, "Let him in." "Yes." As soon as Marcius turned around, he was stopped by the Devers again. "Why are you on duty?" "I asked the others to go to bed first." "Nonsense. You have just recovered, and your body has not fully recovered yet. How can you not take care of your body? Go and have a good rest immediately. Call the other soldiers on duty. Otherwise, you don't have to follow me tomorrow. Go home and recuperate." With the Devers' anger, Marcius did not dare to argue any more, and obediently left the tent. As soon as Henepolis entered the big tent, he expressed his emotions excitedly. "Your Majesty, the Devers, congratulations on winning the naval battle and annihilating the army of Tarentum. This is amazing. You won such a glorious victory in one day. I really should have refused your request. I should not have come back to report to Lady Christoia about your recent situation and the reason why you did not go home. I insisted on staying by your side so that I could witness the whole battle." Chapter 480. That's not the same. Henepolis shook his head stubbornly. "What you've told me will carry some of your own opinions, and it will only interfere with my judgment of the entire historical events and the course of the battle. Teacher Ancientanos once said, 'The eyes are the best pen for a historian, and they will record everything accurately.' That's why I've decided that I won't leave your side for the time being." Henepolis looked at the Devers with stubbornness and slyness in his eyes. The Devers sighed in his heart and said slowly, "Some things can't be done as you wish. It's often out of our control. Henny, I called you here because I've just received news about Laos." "What news?" Henepolis asked instinctively. The serious expression on the Devers' face made him feel uneasy. The Devers said in a deep voice, "Your uncle Arabuma started a rebellion. He forcibly appointed himself as the consul of Laos and announced that Laos had left the Dionia alliance. He even sent troops to attack the Law River fortress." "What?" Henepolis could not believe his ears. Uncle Arabuma rebelled. That's impossible. That's impossible." Seeing that Henepolis kept shaking his head and shouting, the Devers silently took out the information they had received yesterday and handed it to him. Henepolis grabbed it and read it several times. Suddenly he became quiet. After a while he choked and said, "Why? Why would he do that? He's my only uncle. I trusted him so much. I've trusted him since I was young." The Devers looked at the tearful Henipolis and said softly, "People change, especially when your uncle holds great power and is in charge of all the affairs in the city of Laos. It's inevitable that he will have other ideas. If there are other forces that tempt him, such as Syracuse." Henipolis's eyes were red as he listened to the Devers. Suddenly, he remembered something and stood up abruptly. He exclaimed, "Mother! My mother is in danger." "Your mother is fine. According to reliable sources, she's only being guarded by Arabuma's men. Your uncle didn't hurt your mother at all. After all, your mother used to take good care of your father's brother." Devers saw Henipolis's doubtful expression and emphasized, "It was Aristyras who told me." After living in the mansion of the Devers for so many years, Henipolis certainly knew that Aristyras was specialized in collecting information for the Devers, so he felt a little relieved. But then he said with hatred, "I must go back immediately, take back Laos, and punish that ungrateful traitor." Obviously, Arabuma's betrayal had broken his heart, and he was so disgusted that he didn't even want to mention his name. Sure, the Devers agreed and reminded him, "The governor of Nudam, Hemont, and the governor of Vigor City, Saru, are gathering their troops. You should lead your troops to join them and fight against Arbutus together. Arbutus won't be able to stop you." But Devers changed the topic and said, "Laos was your father's independence from the Lucania tribal alliance, and he's worked hard to manage it for so many years. You can't bear to let the people of Laos suffer heavy casualties and the city be seriously damaged, right?" Henipolis nodded repeatedly. "Henny." Devers looked at him and said in a low voice, "Back then, some of the laws you wanted to implement in Laos were not implemented because of the obstruction of Arabuma and the others. However, granting more rights to the commoners of Laos and allowing them to enjoy the same land as the citizens of Dionysia was what the majority of the commoners of Laos wished for. Before, because Arbutus and the others blocked the news, the people of Laos didn't know much about the truth. Now, we only need to publicize the truth, and the people of Laos will know who's really good to them. Who should they support? So you can do this." Listening to the Devers' plan, Henipolis's eyes gradually brightened. He immediately nodded and said, "Your Majesty, I will do as you say. I will let that person know that I was right back then." As Henipolis was leaving, Devers gave him a strong hug and loudly encouraged him, "Henipolis, I wish you success in recapturing Laos as soon as possible. My clerk is still waiting for you to take up the post." Henipolis nodded confidently. "Your Majesty, wait for my good news." The next morning, the 7th Legion of Dionia and the army of Heraclea marched north. When they arrived at Metapontum, the city gate was wide open. The remaining soldiers of Tarentum and the people of Metapontum, including Isarocas, had already fled to Tarentum the night before. The allied forces easily occupied the city of Metapontum. Metones, the commander of the 7th Legion, who was eager to return to Turiae, did not covet the power of the temporary supreme governor of the occupied territory. He directly handed over the defense of Metapontum to Heraclea's governor, Tryphias, and then led the legion back. Soon, the changes in Metapontum were detected by the spies sent by Tedepras. After getting in touch with Tryphias, Tedepras bade farewell to the Galagusso people who had taken them in, and promised that from now on, Metapontum would strengthen trade with Galagusso, especially in terms of food. After returning to Metapontum, Tedepras relied on the support of Dionia and Heraclea to regain power. The first thing he did was to lead the few remaining people of Dionia to avenge their murdered relatives and friends. They completely wiped out the Protorantum citizens in the city. They were expelled, arrested, and executed. For a time, the city of Metapontum was filled with blood, and everyone was in danger. After these few torments, the population of Metapontum decreased sharply, and its strength was greatly damaged. Just as the 7th Legion returned to Turiae, the Tarentum emissaries had already set foot on the land of Turiae. Yesterday, the news of the Dionysian fleet defeating the Syracuse navy and almost annihilating the Tarentum army and navy was transmitted back to Tarentum. Not only did it shock the Senate, but it also made the people of Tarentum worried about the safety of their loved ones. They were also very anxious, so much so that when there was a rumor that the Dionia army was marching towards Tarentum, it caused a huge panic. Many people rushed home, packed their luggage, and prepared to rush to the port to escape this city that was already defenseless. In such a critical and terrible situation, the Senate of Tarentum only had one way to go, and that was to sue for peace with Dionia. For this reason, the Senate didn't even hold a citizens' meeting. Instead, they urgently elected 2 temporary governors, Desidemus and Urchita's father, Cestiaves, and sent Cestiaves to Turiae the next day, in an attempt to make the Devers remember their old friendship with Urchita and open up to Tarentum. The Devers knew the purpose of the Tarentum people, so they didn't meet Cestiaves at all. Instead, they sent Cunigarata and Ansitanos to negotiate with Cestiaves. Earlier, when Ansitanos visited Tarentum, he was treated rudely. But now, when he saw the humble and anxious Histiaves, he felt a little pleased even though he was usually gentle. Cunigarata and Ansitanos only sneered at Cestiaves' suggestion that Tarentum is willing to make a peaceful truce with Dionia and make a certain amount of war compensation in exchange for the release of the Tarentum prisoners of war. Cunigarata even mocked. Dionia had an alliance with Tarentum before, but you ignored the sacred oath and betrayed us when we needed your help the most. You made us sign an agreement with you so that you could ambush us when we were dealing with Syracuse. Do you think we're that stupid? To be honest, we don't know if Poseidon will be angry at you for tarnishing his name, but we don't dare to trust you Tarentum people anymore. Cestiaves was ashamed when he heard that. He shouted in grief and indignation, "Then what do you Dionysians want us to do?" Before this war ends, Dionia will not sign any agreement with Tarentum, but these 12,000 Tarentum citizens and nearly 2,000 sailors. Dionia is at war and doesn't have that much food to support them. Whether they can survive until the end of the war depends on whether Tarentum can provide them with enough food. Cunigarata replied coldly, "I understand. Dionia wants our food. With food, they can guarantee the safety of the Tarentum prisoners of war, right?" Cestiaves' voice was filled with a hint of mockery. "That's right. Mining requires a lot of physical strength, or else it's hard to ensure their health," Cunigarata said threateningly. "When will they be released?" Cestiaves asked again. "Before the end of the war, Dionia will not release them. Otherwise, who knows if they will pick up their spears and shield and invade our territory again." Cunigarata said seriously, "Before that, Dionia will not sign any agreement with Tarentum. As long as Tarentum remains peaceful during this period, Dionia will not invade Tarentum's territory. This is a promise from His Majesty the Devers himself." Chapter 481. However, Dionia did not sign an agreement with Tarentum at this time, which made Cestiaves feel uneasy. He reminded them unwillingly, "So you're already full of confidence in defeating Syracuse. I heard that up until now, Dionysius's army still has the absolute advantage on land. Isn't Syracuse defeating us what you want?" Cunigarata said sarcastically, "You will no longer have to worry about the safety of the city and the lives of the captured citizens." Cestiaves was speechless for a moment, and then he could not help but ask, "If this war continues for a long time, won't Tarentum have to constantly send food to Turiae? You must know that our food reserves are not sufficient. If that's the case, you still dare to tear up the alliance and start a war with us." Cunigarata said sarcastically. Ansitanos interrupted, "A war of this scale has happened several times in the history of Greece. It can't last at all." Cestiaves hesitated for a moment and finally said, "Well, I will convey Dionia's proposal to the Senate, but I hope you understand that Tarentum is Sparta's territory." Cunigarata and Ansitanos looked at each other, and Cunigarata said lightly, "So what? Is Sparta also going to participate in the war?" Sestiaves did not speak. He found that Dionia at this time was not afraid of any threat. Perhaps it was as the other party said, Tarentum could only hope for Syracuse's victory. While Cunigurata and Ansitanos were negotiating with the Tarentum emissary about post-war matters, the Devers were also discussing the food issue with Bagalipi, Capys, Marigi, and Mercies. Your Majesty, the grain in Turia's granary has been delivered to the troops in the south all this time, and now it's almost empty. I estimate that the Cosenza granary still has half of its stock, but it's a little difficult to transport it, and the attack on Laos is about to begin. When the time comes, the food supply will still need to be provided from the Cosenza granary. As for the current situation of the Gramentum granary, I don't know much about it. Agriculture Officer Bagalipi explained the current situation of Dionia to the Devers in detail. I know the situation of the Gramentum granary better. The previous war with Samanai ended relatively quickly, and there were some gains, so the consumption wasn't much. However, the production of Gramentum's food is low, and the reserves are not great. But the number of livestock is large, and the price is low, so it's barely enough to support Legio III's counterattack on Samanai. Therefore, it's unlikely that Lucania municipality will produce food to supply Turiai, and transportation is also a big problem. So we shouldn't think about the Gramentum granary. The Devers told everyone about the situation he learned when he led the army through Gramentum. Your Majesty, it seems that if we want to organize a campaign of more than 50,000 people against the people of Syracuse, food is an urgent problem for us to solve. Capys said worriedly. During this period of time, he had taken over the military affairs on behalf of Helos and had a detailed understanding of the situation. 3 days ago, Asprostum and Cremissa sent back news that their food is a little tight. Due to the worry of harassment from the fleet of Syracuse, the supply team has been busy increasing the number of guards to prevent the attack of enemy sailors. Therefore, there hasn't been a large-scale transport of food to the 2 cities where the legions are stationed. We don't know how their situation is now. Besides, now Turiai has the 1st, 2nd, and 7th legions, a total of 3 legions, as well as the supply team and the new 6,000 people that Your Majesty has recruited. That's nearly 32,000 people. And the consumption of food every day is a huge figure. If we can't solve the food problem, even the Turiai army will have to disband in a few days due to the lack of food. Don't forget, there are still the captives from Syracuse and Tarentum. I'm afraid that's about 25,000 people. Mercies reminded the crowd, loudly. Even if we only give them a little food every day to maintain their basic survival, it'll still consume a lot of food. I think it's better to treat them as slaves and sell them for money. Divers looked at Mercy's impatient and greedy appearance, but he didn't feel disgusted. Because of the consumption of the war and the shutdown of the port market, the Treasury's money was only coming out and not coming in. Thus, he could completely understand Meyer's impatience. However, he shook his head and said, "We can't sell the captives from Tarentum. They're the most important tool for us to control Tarentum. With them, Tarentum will obediently send us food. In addition to the spoils from Heraclea yesterday, I think we can at least alleviate the food shortage of Turiai. As for the sailors of Syracuse, Marigi, now that Syracuse's blockade on our port has been broken, I believe that trade will slowly resume. Can these sailors of Syracuse be sold?" Devers, who was a modern person in his previous life, had always hated the slave trade. However, for the survival of Dionia, he couldn't care less. After Devers finished speaking, Mercies changed her previous attitude of hating Marigi and looked at him eagerly. Marigi nodded at Devers and said slowly, "Your Majesty, although we've defeated Syracuse at sea, we haven't completely wiped out their forces at sea. Our most important trade route, the Strait of Messina, is still controlled by the Navy of Syracuse. The situation on the east side of the Mediterranean Sea is better. The fleet of Tarentum has been wiped out. The allied fleet of Sparta, Syracuse's ally, is now being suppressed by the fleet of Athens. Therefore, if the blockade on the Strait of Messina can't be broken quickly, we can only slowly recover our sea trade towards the east. However, the trade towards the east will not occupy a major position in Dionia's market. Commercial officer Marigi didn't talk about the problem of slaves first. Instead, he made a simple estimation of the port's market. Devers immediately said, "I understand what you mean. I'll urge Syracuse to lead the fleet to seize control of the Strait of Messina as soon as possible. However, with the arrival of the merchant ships, can our port operate normally?" Devers's question hit the nail on the head. During times of war, merchant ships were not the only thing that could solve the problem. The entire operation of the port required a lot of management personnel, a large number of porters and sailors, as well as patrols to maintain law and order. The more prosperous the port, the more manpower was needed. Now, in order to deal with the war, Dionia had mobilized a large number of young and middle-aged laborers. Not only were they official citizens, preparatory citizens, free citizens, and even unregistered free citizens were recruited. The port and market, which used to be bustling with activity, were now very desolate. Women, the elderly, and even children were busy at the market stalls. The shortage of labor was evident. Marigi, of course, knew that sufficient labor was also an important problem. In this regard, he had no better solution. He could only reluctantly say, "Your Majesty, I'll think of a way to solve this problem." As for the large number of Syracuse captives, there are very few city-states that can afford the cost, are not afraid of Syracuse, and are willing to take over. I have a goal. Marigi's tone became more serious. "We can try Carthage. We can even use these slaves to exchange for Carthage's food." As soon as he finished speaking, Mercis began to mutter, "Carthage is afraid of Syracuse. They refused to form an alliance with us before. I don't think they will agree to buy these captives." Marigi ignored him and waited for the Devers' reply. Carthage. With Marigi's reminder, the Devers' eyes lit up. Before the war, Carthage was against forming an alliance with Dionia. However, with the war going on, it was hard to say if Carthage would still maintain their previous attitude. After all, Syracuse and Carthage had always been enemies. Although peace had been maintained during this period, it did not mean that Carthage would watch Syracuse continue to expand its influence in Greece. It might even turn Greece into Syracuse's backyard. This was because if that happened, the stronger Syracuse would only pose a greater threat to Carthage's influence in Sicily. With this in mind, the Devers made up his mind. He said, "It seems that we need to send someone to Carthage immediately to test Carthage's attitude towards this war. If they are willing to buy these slaves, we can make further requests to Carthage, such as food trade. This war concerns the survival of Dionia and the rise and fall of Syracuse. I don't know how long it will last, so the food in Tarentum alone is not enough to ensure sufficient food supply for Dionia's army that is being built. Carthage is famous for its food production, and it is not far from Dionia. It can meet our needs. Otherwise, where else can we buy food? Yoke Galaxy? Egypt? These places are too far away from us. We can't guarantee them in time, and accidents might happen. Your Majesty, we can also consider Cyrenaica," Marigi added. Chapter 482. Marigi, thank you for reminding me. Looks like when we send someone to Carthage, we should also send someone to Cyrenaica to contact them. An additional channel to purchase food means an additional layer of security. The Devers corrected him. Your Majesty, I would like to ask where the money will come from for the food we've been talking about. The National Treasury doesn't even have a single drachma. Mercis asked loudly, not caring about the new identity of the Devers. The Devers did not care about such a small issue. He placed his right hand on the back of his chair. He had thought about this question on the way back to Turiae. Now that he understood the true financial situation of Dionia, his thoughts were more solid. Mercis, do you remember that the National Treasury was also depleted during the Second War with Crotone? What measures did we take to tide us over? Mercis slapped his head and shouted, "Oh my, how could I forget that? War bonds. We can issue more war bonds. No, we won't issue war bonds. The cost of this war is huge. If we issue war bonds, even if we win the war, the alliance will be saddled with a huge debt, which will severely affect its future development. The Devers stood up, his gaze determined, his tone firm. This war doesn't only concern my interests, nor does it concern the interests of the Senate and the senators. It concerns the life and death of the millions of citizens of Dionia. It concerns whether we will be destroyed by Syracuse, killed, or enslaved, or will we completely defeat Syracuse and drag it down from its throne as the Hellenic hegemon of the Western Mediterranean, and win a brighter and brighter future for the citizens of the Alliance? So, this is a war between nations. It requires everyone in the Alliance to put in all their efforts and gather them together to fight the final battle against Syracuse. Whoever could last until the end would be the victor in this battle for supremacy. So, I propose that the Senate encourage the citizens of the Alliance of Dionia to raise funds, and I will be the first to do so. Other than providing 3 meals a day for my family and slaves, I will donate the remaining food reserves. Other than the normal expenses, all the profits from the banks, restaurants, and shops my wife has set up will be donated to the Alliance for the war. The Devers' words shocked the 4 present. Your Majesty, I am willing to be the second donor. Capys shouted excitedly. Me too, Your Majesty. The Alliance is my home. If it's gone, it doesn't matter how much gold and silver I have. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to the Alliance. Marigi said, Don't forget the people of Abyssinia, Your Majesty. Bagalipi said sincerely, The people of Abyssinia are already inseparable from the Alliance of the Alliance. Not only will I donate myself, I will also donate when I get back to Abyssinia. Seeing that the other 3 had expressed their stance, Mirza hesitated for a while before gritting his teeth and saying, All right, I'll donate too. In the afternoon, the Senate passed a resolution. In order to win this great war against Syracuse, the people of Dionia were called upon to unite and donate money and food to the Alliance, which was already short of resources, to help the Alliance tide over this crisis. This news quickly spread throughout Turiai, Amendola, Abyssinia. While the people were still in heated discussions, another shocking news came. The new king of Dionia, the Devers, was the first to step forward and generously donated 51 talent, 3,500 drachmas, more than 3 tons of wheat, and dozens of cows and sheep. The Devers mansion's chief slave manager, Ribazat, led a transport team consisting of dozens of carts filled with goods to the Victory Square for the public officials of the Treasury, led by the treasurer Mercies to receive. When the people saw the carts passing by, they were greatly moved. However, such excitement did not stop, because soon after, Cunigarata, Cornelis, Scombras, Raphias, all the elders of the Senate announced that they would donate money and grains to the Alliance. When they saw the carts filled with goods entering the various gates of Turiai and heading towards the Victory Square, the people finally could not hold it in any longer. They began to exchange slogans that no one knew when, The Alliance is our alliance. If the Alliance prospers, our families will prosper. If the Alliance perishes, our homes will no longer exist. We don't want to be the slaves of the cruel Syracuse. As long as we unite and contribute and carry on the war to the end, victory will belong to Dionia. If the people were a little pessimistic about the future of the war before yesterday, they had regained their confidence after the 2 great victories. The new king's Devers and the elders took the lead in donating, and the slogans that spread quickly made the people aware of the difficulties that the Alliance was currently facing, awakening their sense of responsibility as a citizen of Dionia. Hence, everyone began to take action. Not only that, but even the soldiers in the barracks collectively expressed their wishes to the Devers, hoping that they could return home and prepare money and food to donate to the Alliance. The Devers took advantage of the situation and agreed. They announced that the 1st, 2nd, and 7th Legions would be temporarily disbanded and would report back to the barracks before noon tomorrow. Those who were late would be punished according to military law. Turiai, which had been deserted for many days, finally became lively on this day. The people brought their slaves with them, carrying money boxes, money bags, and leading the beasts of burden that carried the grain stored in their homes. They came from all directions, from Amendola, from Abyssinia, from the outskirts of Turiai, from the port of Turiai, from the city of Turiai, and from all directions, rushing towards the Victory Square. "Paliandrus, you're fast!" Augilus shouted when he saw Paliandalus and his son Patroclus in front of him in the queue. "Uncle Augilus!" Patroclus waved excitedly. "Little Patroclus, I heard that you helped your father manage the village and repelled the ambush of the Syracuse sailors. Good job! You've become a soldier of Dionia." Augilus felt gratified to see the naughty little fellow perform so well. "But the legion still won't let me serve," Patroclus complained. "You're not 18 yet, so you don't meet the requirements of the military law. Wait another 2 years," Augilus comforted him, remembering his age. "Wait. This war will be over if I wait any longer," Patroclus said, feeling wronged. "Don't worry. After this war ends, there will be another one. You'll have to participate in many battles in the future," Augilus said with a sigh. At this moment, Paliandrus had already handed the supplies on his back to the slaves. He turned around and saluted. Augilus also saluted back. Augilus was a veteran soldier of the legion, and so was Paliandrus. Although they had both retired from active service due to injuries, one of them was crippled, and the other had a crippled hand. They had already left the mark of the legion of Dionysia in their bones. In such a crowded and noisy environment, the people around them did not find it funny or interesting that 2 disabled people were saluting each other. Instead, they looked at them with respect. "Master Augilus, you don't have to come in person since you can't move freely. Just let the slaves bring the supplies to the Victory Square," Paliandrus said with concern. Why did he call him Master Augilus? It was because he had been promoted to officer demo. With the continuous influx of immigrants and the rapid development of the Dionia alliance in the past few years, the suburbs of the cities, especially Turiai, were no longer just a few villages on the vast plains. Not only had the population become denser, but the number of villages had also been increasing. Villages and towns had also appeared to make it convenient for the villagers who were far from the city or the market to buy what they needed, or to have fun and exercise when they were idle. More importantly, to make it easier for the cities to manage these scattered farms, some administrative tasks could be handed over to these villages and towns to complete, such as tax collection, military training, and so on. Therefore, the governors of the cities in the alliance had suggested to the Senate that there should be an additional administrative division between the cities and the villages. Coincidentally, the proposal of the Devers to set up a local council in each city was passed by the Senate. Sesta took the opportunity to inspect the situation in the suburbs of each city and referred to the political systems of other city-states, especially Athens. Finally, he proposed to the Senate that there should be an additional demo or township. However, the demo that Dionia wanted to implement was not composed like the demo of Athens. A demo of Athens had to include a seaside village, a mountain village, and an urban area that were not adjacent to each other. This would be too complicated to manage. Instead, the demo of Dionia had the surrounding villages under its jurisdiction. This made it easier to manage, thus improving the administrative efficiency. At the same time, the chief administrator of Dionysia, Demo, was selected from the village chiefs of the governed villages with outstanding performance. After being nominated by the city's chief administrator, the Dionysia Alliance's Public Officials Management Committee would appoint the chief administrator before he could take office. Compared to the village chiefs who were elected by the villagers, Chief Administrator Demo had already entered the public register of the Senate. Moreover, Chief Administrator Demo, whose administrative power was only lower than that of the city's governor, was already considered a mid-level official in the alliance. It was not too much to call him Lord. Furthermore, the village of Paliandrus was under his jurisdiction. What lord? I'm the same as you. The system of demo had just been implemented, but was quickly halted by the invasion of Syracuse. Therefore, Augulus had not yet adapted to this change in identity. You and I were once soldiers of the legion and have participated in battles. We know the importance of rations to the army. Without rations, the soldiers will starve. No matter how powerful the army is, it will still be defeated. So I had to come. I have to set a good example for the people of my place. Apart from the rations that are enough for me and my family to last until next year's harvest, I have donated the rest of the rations. I hope that Lord Devers, Your Majesty, can use these donated resources to form a powerful army and completely defeat the people of Syracuse. Our land will no longer be destroyed by these damned enemies. Chapter 483. Although I didn't become a soldier, I'm still a citizen of Dionia. It's my duty to donate to the Alliance to protect our homeland. My husband died in Brudi, and my children are still too young to join the army. However, my family has always been taken care of by the Soldiers' Committee. It's time for me to repay them. I'm just a freeman, but I like the Dionia Alliance because it's the only place that gives hope and opportunity to us poor people. Although I don't have much savings, I'm willing to donate some to the Alliance. I hope that it can defeat the enemy and continue to exist. On this day, men, women, old people, children, citizens, free people, slaves, and people with different identities gathered together for a common goal. They lined up in several long lines and moved from the east, west, south, and north to the center of the Alliance, the Victory Square, and the Senate. "Brother, you're back!" Cunigarada's youngest son, Dicarocrat, saw Sostatus, who had been recruited into the 7th Legion some time ago as a company commander, walk into the house. He couldn't help but be overjoyed and excitedly said, "Brother, your 7th Legion has annihilated the Tarentum people. It was a great battle. Tell me the details of the battle." "I don't have time now. I'll tell you later, okay?" Sostatus asked as he strode inside. "Where's father?" "He went to the square to donate." "I knew it. That old man didn't wait for me. At least we can donate less if we go together." Sostatus grumbled, but the smile on his face was more like a joke. Dicarocrat was a little disappointed by his brother's answer, but his brother's words had piqued his curiosity. "Brother, you're going to donate too?" "Of course." Sostatus answered affirmatively. "Everyone else is donating. It'll be too obvious if I don't. Besides, since I'm going to donate, I should donate more. That way, it'll attract the attention of His Majesty the Devers and the elders. Brother, you should know that if we win this war, there will be a lot of land in the south waiting for us to conquer. The prosperous trade market of Syracuse will be ours." Looking at Sostatus, who was immersed in his fantasy, Dicarocrat knew that the man before him was still the big brother he knew. He had never changed. He only donated to get more benefits. After Sostatus finished talking about his plans for the future, he asked, "Where's your sister-in-law?" "Sister-in-law should be in the house." Dicarocrat's tone turned respectful when he mentioned his sister-in-law. Of course, it wasn't because Sostatus's wife was virtuous, but because, "Sostatus, why are you back? Did he become a deserter?" "I heard from my father that deserters in our alliance will be beheaded. Hurry back to the barracks. I'll ask your father and my father to plead with His Majesty the Devers." It was a Lucanian woman who came out of the main building. She shouted in surprise when she saw Sostatus. "I'm not a deserter, I'm—" Sostatus hurriedly explained. Unexpectedly, his wife didn't listen to him. She strode forward and grabbed his ear. "You're going to lie to me again, aren't you?" Sostatus immediately squealed like a pig being slaughtered. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch! Be gentle." Dicarocrat saw this familiar scene and couldn't help but laugh. After Cunigarada returned to Turiae, his eldest son, Sostatus, was almost 30 and still single. He had been thinking about finding a marriage for his eldest son. While he was still looking for a daughter-in-law, Sostatus found out about his father's plan and finally took the initiative to tell him that he wanted to marry Hegemon's second daughter, Crina. Cunigarada was a little surprised, but he still followed his son's suggestion. After all, intermarriage with Lucania was always advocated by the Archon Devers, and they enjoyed many benefits in the alliance. Moreover, Hegemon was a Lucanian senator, so a marriage between them would be considered a good match. Kunigarata wasn't a conservative person, so he quickly went to Krina's house to propose. Since Hegemon was a powerful senator in the alliance, Kunigarata couldn't be happier. Sostatus married Krina. Krina's beauty wasn't Sostatus's main reason for marrying her. What he valued was Hegemon's influence in Lucania municipality, which would make it easier for him to do business in Lucania municipality in the future. According to Greek tradition, the newlyweds were supposed to live independently after marriage. However, Kunigarata, who had suffered a disaster in the past, now treasured his family very much, so he didn't allow Sostatus and his daughter-in-law to move out. After the marriage, Sostatus was surprised to find that his wife was far more powerful than the other Lucanian women. She was fierce and decisive, which made him suffer from a wife phobia. In this regard, Kunigarata was happy to see it happen because his daughter-in-law not only handled the affairs of the family in an orderly manner, but more importantly, she was able to tame this jumpy and somewhat rebellious eldest son into obedience. I swear to God Asanu, I'm not a deserter. His Majesty, the Devers, really asked us to go home. You can ask someone else. Sostatus was eager to explain, and in his anxiety he accidentally said the wrong thing. When did you start believing in God Asanu? Trying to lie to me again? Do you want to die? Krina's fingers tightened again. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Seeing the couple's quarrel, Dicacalate was amused. He stepped forward and persuaded. Sister-in-law, it was indeed His Majesty the Devers who asked them to come back. The soldiers also want to donate money to the alliance. Facing her brother-in-law, Krina's attitude was much better. She let go of his hand and asked with uncertainty, Did His Majesty the Devers really ask you to come back because you want to donate money? Of course. Sostatus rubbed his red ears and complained loudly, How dare you doubt your husband's words? Krina ignored him and continued to ask, How much are you going to donate? Although Sostatus wanted to donate more, he knew that his wife was more straightforward. While he was hesitating, Krina had already made the decision for him. Then donate all the money you have in Cristonia's bank. Hearing this, Sostatus jumped up and forgot his fear of his wife. He immediately scolded, You wastrel! My money is almost 6 tallion. Do you think it's easy for me to earn money? How can you donate it all so easily? What did you say? Krina raised her eyebrows and stretched out her hand. Immediately, screams sounded in the house again. Melisande, the commander of the 2nd Legion, was on his way to his home. His home was not in Turiae because he no longer lived with his mother and Felicius. He was married and independent. There was a complicated story about this marriage. When Arsines died in the Battle of Brudi, his will, which was stored in the Temple of Hades, was taken out. Since the establishment of the Temple of Hades, Plazines, under the suggestion of the Devers, had the temple open up this function. With the people's trust in the god of the underworld, the contents of the will would not be leaked. Since Dionia was mainly an alliance of immigrants, there were few old people. Up to now, most of the wills stored in the Temple of Hades were from soldiers before they went to war. They did not know when they would die in battle, so they would write their wills before they went to war and store them in the temple. The original function of the Legion's supply camp was transferred to the temple. Since Arsines had no relatives, in his will, he gave half of his inheritance to his newly married wife in Lucania and allowed her to divorce and remarry. He also gave the other half to his good friend, Melisande, in the hope that he could take care of his wife before she remarried. When Melisande received the will, he burst into tears. But what Arsines did not know before his death was that before he went to war, his wife was pregnant. Out of memory of his good friend and to fulfill his last wish, the 18-year-old Melisande decided to take care of his wife, Hepna, and let her give birth to Arsines' child smoothly. During frequent contact, Melisande and Hepna, who was about the same age as him, fell in love with each other and eventually got married. After marriage, Melisande lived in a house in Amendalar given to him by Arsines. Melisande and his comrades in arms of the Second Legion, who also lived in Amendalar, walked north, talking and laughing. After crossing the Cisno River, the scene that greeted his eyes shocked them. Burned villages, deforested forests, destroyed farmlands, and blocked canals. The ruins of the Tarentum soldiers could be seen everywhere. The soldiers cursed the Tarentum people and even regretted that they had been too lenient in the battle yesterday. They should have killed them one by one to relieve the hatred in their hearts. Fortunately, the city of Amendalar was not damaged by any war. After entering the city, Melisande said goodbye to his comrades and opened the door of his house. "Master, you're back!" the female slave shouted excitedly. "Where's your mistress?" Melisande's eager eyes looked across the atrium and into the main building. "The mistress is praying for you at the altar of Hades. After you went to war, the mistress has been praying every day these days," the female slave said respectfully. Hepna was particularly concerned because her ex-husband, Arsines, died on the battlefield. When Melisande went to war, she specially opened a room in the courtyard as the altar of Hades and prayed for her husband's safety every day. Chapter 484. Melisande was not surprised. He knew that his mother preferred to live in the small city of Amendalar. She only chose to live in the noisy city of Turis to take care of Felicius. After Felicius left for the war, she felt lonely and naturally chose to come to Amendola to live with her daughter-in-law and grandson. Melisande walked along the corridor. "Brother, brother." A little girl was running towards him. "Little Doris." Melisande stepped forward and picked up Doris, the 3-year-old daughter of his mother and Felicius. "Brother, brother." Another child ran towards him, wobbly and wobbly. "Be careful, my baby." Melisande hurriedly hugged him with his other hand and corrected him. "I'm not your brother. I'm your father. Call me Daddy, okay? Call me Daddy." The boy was Arsines Jr., the son of Arsines and Hepna. Melisande had taken good care of Hepna when she was pregnant, so he regarded Arsines Jr. as his own. Interestingly, the daughter of his stepfather and mother was much younger than Melisande, but she was about the same age as his 2-year-old stepson Arsines Jr., so they were more like siblings. Arsines Jr. also loved to play with his little aunt. "No, just call him brother. Just call him big brother." The mischievous Doris egged him on. Arsines Jr. looked at Doris, then at Melisande and called out again, "Brother, brother." Melisande was angry and amused at the same time. He patted Doris's but twice and pretended to be fierce. "If you teach Arsines Jr. any more nonsense, I'll beat you up." Doris immediately burst into tears. "Melisande, how old are you? You still don't know how to give in to your sister." A female voice came from the front. It did not sound like a reproach, but more like a comfort. "Mother." Melisande stood up and said affectionately. He then turned to the young and graceful figure next to Delia and said softly, "I'm back, Hepna." Hepna stared at her husband, who had long lost his childishness. She looked at him carefully. After confirming that there were no scars on his body, she stopped worrying and smiled at Melisande. "Devers, didn't His Majesty order you to go home and reunite only after defeating the enemy? Why are you back now?" Delia asked in surprise. The reason why she called the Devers so smoothly was because it was them, the loyal followers of Hades, who had pushed the Devers onto the throne. "Because His Majesty allowed us to go home to donate and return to the barracks tomorrow," Melisande replied. "Ah, we'll go back tomorrow." Hepna blurted out. She didn't expect that their time together would be so short. "When the war is over and peace is restored, you can let Melisande stay at home for as long as you want. But for now, they must chase away the enemies who destroyed our land." Delia lectured her daughter-in-law. She had seen her homeland being ravaged by the Tarentum with her own eyes, so she didn't want such a thing to happen again. "You're right, mother. Hepna replied respectfully. Melisande gently pushed away his son's little hand that was scratching his face and said, His Majesty will soon lead us to the south to repel the Syracuse people. The biggest problem now is the lack of food supply. I heard that your father's situation isn't too good. Delia was very worried. Not only did she hear that the soldiers at the front lines were short of food, but she could also hear some people criticizing her husband even though she was in the hinterlands of Dionia, such as his poor commanding ability. It was not hard to imagine how much pressure Felicius was under at the front lines. I've already prepared the money and food for donation with Hepna. You came back just in time. We'll send it to the Victory Square later. That's great, Melisande said happily. It saved him a lot of effort. Melisande, my son, when you go to the south, you have to help your father, Delia warned again. What can I help him with? Father is the commander of the south, and I'm just a squad leader. Melisande thought to himself, but he still promised. Hepna took little Arsenis from his arms, and Delia held Doris in her arms as the family entered the main building. What did you say? His Majesty can't go home yet. Asuna asked anxiously, but I heard that the soldiers in the barracks have already gone home. Aristyres said calmly, His Majesty still has something important to do, so he'll be back later. That's why he asked me to inform Madam first. I understand. We'll wait for him to come back, Christoia replied with a smile. Aristyres said goodbye and left. Sister, will the Devers not come back today? Disappointment and worry intertwined on Agnes' pretty face, making her look pitiful. Although she was already 24 years old, she had always been doted on by her father before she got married. After marrying to Turiai, she was doted on by the Devers. She was usually either at home or in the temple, and had never suffered any major disturbances or setbacks. This was the first time she was pregnant, so it was inevitable that she felt uneasy. She urgently needed someone to accompany and comfort her. In this era, the rate of dystocia was still very high, even in the relatively advanced medical Dionia, but the Devers had been away for more than a month. When she finally heard that he was coming back, he said he would delay it in the blink of an eye. Although Christoia was also a little depressed as the mistress of the house, she still cheered up and tried her best to comfort her. Sister, don't worry. You know our husband. If he says he'll come back today, he'll definitely come back today. You, don't worry, go to the bedroom and sleep for a while. Otherwise, you'll be sleepy when he comes back. All right. Sister, don't forget to wake me up later, Agnes said softly as she walked into the main building with the help of a slave girl. Christoia sighed lightly, feeling bitter for a moment. Agnes has me to comfort, but who will comfort me? At this moment, the Devers were carefully examining a weapon placed on the table in the main tent. It was a spear, its shape and style no different from the bayonets used by heavy infantry, the only difference being the length and diameter of the spear shaft. It was a full 4 meters long, 2 meters longer than the usual spears used by soldiers, and the diameter of the spear shaft was also thicker. As soon as the Devers picked it up, the arms merchant Theos hurriedly shouted, Your Majesty, watch out above you! The Devers' height and the length of the spear almost pierced through the high roof. He had to raise it diagonally, shake it a few times, and make a few sudden thrusts. Then he asked with satisfaction, This spear is well made. Is every spear like this? Theos said frankly, Your Majesty, you asked me to make 6,000 of these spears in such a short time. Of course, I can't make every spear as smooth as the one in your hand, but I can assure you that when used, they will have no problem killing the enemy. In terms of quality, this batch of spears is sturdier and more durable. Because of your Majesty's approval, we cut down the cedar trees in the Amendalar Mountains and used the wood used to make warships to find the spears. Only then can we ensure that such a long spear shaft won't shake too much and won't break easily when piercing with the iron spearhead. The Devers nodded. Are they all finished? We only found 1,400 spears. Because Lord Capys urgently needed them, we had to send them here first. The Devers frowned and said, "We have to hurry. I'm afraid we won't be able to stay in Turiai for long before we have to go to the battlefield again. So we have to make all these spears as soon as possible and distribute them to every soldier. We also have to give them time to train. Time is tight. Your Majesty, we've done our best. It's just that we have to cut down trees, carry them, cut them, and plane the wood." Theos began to complain. The Devers interrupted him. "I'll ask Capys to transfer some men from the supply camp to help you complete some of the less important processes, such as cutting down trees, carrying them, and so on. Your men will finish the spearhead and the spear shaft. Will that work?" "If that's the case," Theos calculated carefully, then said loudly, "I should be able to guarantee that in 3 days, no, the day after tomorrow, all the spears will be sent to you. Then I'll have to trouble you. As for the cost of this batch of weapons, the treasury is tight now, so I can only calculate it for you after the war is over. But don't worry, I'll ask Meresis to add 10% interest." As soon as the Devers finished speaking, Theos hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I'm willing to donate all these spears to the Alliance. I've also donated 3 talent to the Alliance. I've also asked my family to bring them to the Victory Square. Your Majesty, you've set an example for us. As a citizen of the Alliance, although I can't go to the battlefield, I'm willing to contribute my strength to the Alliance's victory in this war." "Good. Well said." The Devers praised loudly. "Of course, your contributions will be recorded. When the war is won, the Senate will reward you." The Devers' vague words made Theos excited. He immediately took out a few pieces of papyrus and handed them to the Devers. The Devers took them and glanced at them. They were densely written with words, and looked at Theos with some doubt. Chapter 485. In fact, although these foreign merchants who had auctioned their land in Amendola and started producing and selling specialty goods had benefited greatly from the Alliance's preferential policies, apart from a few such as Dicopolis and Dicopolis who had joined the Alliance, most of them were still hesitant, especially after the war with Syracuse broke out, the defeat of the southern Italian coalition army, and the destruction of the Tarentum cavalry to the handicraft manufacturing district. They were even more pessimistic about the future of the Alliance. If it wasn't for Syracuse and the Tarentum fleet's blockade of the Taranto Bay, they would have fled long ago. However, the return of the Devers, who had wiped out the Tarentum navy and land forces within a day and defeated the powerful navy of Syracuse, had created a miracle in the midst of the impossible. The foreign merchants were shocked. Infected by the fanatical people of Dionia, they began to believe that Dionia was indeed under the protection of Hades. As foreign merchants who did business in the Mediterranean Sea and dared to invest in Dionia, they were not lacking in adventurous spirit and foresight. When they began to hold hope for Dionia's future in the war, they suddenly realized that if Dionia really won the war, Dionia's influence would definitely expand as quickly as it did after the previous wars. Dionia would enter southern Greece and even eastern Sicily. The main trade circle of the western Mediterranean would then be under the control of Dionia. To anyone who did business in the region, what did this mean? That was why, under the instigation of Dicopolis and Dicopolis, the merchants made a bold investment and entrusted Dicopolis to deliver the list of goods to the new king of Dionia, the Devers, whom they confirmed to be the descendant of Hades. The Devers carefully read the huge amount of goods recorded on the papyrus. The sincerity of the foreign merchants was clear to see, and, of course, the Devers knew what they desired. He said, "Dicopolis, thank them on my behalf. Tell them that the Alliance will never forget the traitors who stabbed us in the back when we were in trouble. But even more so, we will never forget the friends who helped us in our most difficult times. There's an old saying in the East that goes, 'The favor of a drop of water must be repaid with a pool of spring water.'" After sending Dios off, the Devers arrived at the training ground of the military camp. Here, the free people Capys recruited were currently training. When Capys saw the Devers arrive, he rushed to the sidelines. "Have you gathered all the soldiers?" The Devers looked at the field. The training field that could hold over 30,000 people was occupied by the Free People's troops, but it still seemed extremely spacious. Only 2,570. Kappas explained, "As for the others, they have to go to the Victory Square to donate, so they can only rush over tomorrow morning." The Devers expressed their understanding. Then they looked at the rather orderly formation on the field and asked, "Are they all free citizens who have received more than a year of military training?" "Your Majesty, there aren't that many free citizens at the port who have received our training. I've transferred the personnel from the supply team and only managed to gather 6,000 people," Kappas said truthfully. "Then, will there be any problems with the transportation of the goods?" The Devers asked again. "I've retained the managers and officers of the supply team and recruited free citizens from the port to make up for the numbers. Now that Syracuse's naval superiority has been broken, there shouldn't be any more enemies landing at our rear and attacking our supply team. Completing the transportation task shouldn't be a problem," Kappas explained. "Sigh, we're robbing Peter to pay Paul." The Devers sighed. This war had shown him that Dionia still had a shortage of resources, and he didn't have a better solution in the short term. Distribute the spears. Let them practice their formation first. I'll take a look. Topyrus used to be a slave in Kristoya's restaurant. After more than 4 years, he had freed himself from slavery and became a free citizen. He was also one of the people in charge of the restaurant in the city of Turin. When Kappas went to the supply team to recruit personnel, he volunteered to participate. This was because it would take too long to become a citizen of the Alliance through normal means. Only by participating in battle could he shorten the time limit. Therefore, Topyrus believed that this was a rare opportunity. Even though it was life-threatening, it was worth the risk. This was because the king of the Devers had returned, and this army was formed at his request. Many free citizens joined the army with this thought in mind. Because of Topyrus' high military quality, he had participated in military training for a year and a half, and because he could count and read, skills he had learned in a restaurant, he was appointed as a squad leader. However, he was now standing at the left front of a squad. This was the position of a squad leader, because the veterans who were supposed to be transferred from the various corps to serve as the officers of this new squad had been dismissed and would only return tomorrow. They were temporarily replaced by the new recruits. At this time, the city slaves were carrying bundles of pikes and distributing them to each free citizen. "This is the weapon we're going to use." Topyrus looked at the pike in his hand in amazement. It was much longer than the bayonet he usually used in training. The free citizens were a little excited after receiving their own weapons. Some even waved them. But the free citizens who were not proficient in using this kind of pike either had their spearheads connected with other pikes or the butt end of their pikes touched the teammates next to them. For a moment, the formation was in chaos, and there was a lot of noise. Hurried bugles immediately sounded in the training field. The free citizens hurriedly got into position. Even though spears were still colliding with each other, there were very few who made any noise. They, who had experienced military training for a long period of time, knew that if they didn't obey orders, the officers would drag the violator out and beat him in public. That would be too damaging to their dignity. "All of you, pay attention." A few drill instructors shouted at the front of the formation. "When standing, hold the pike like this." Topyrus followed the drill instructor's posture and stuck the pike to his left side. The butt end of the pike touched the ground, and his left arm extended downwards to hold the pike shaft. His right hand crossed his left shoulder to support the pike. The soldiers did the same, and the pikes no longer collided with each other. Instead, they stood straight like a neat and dense forest. Devers was satisfied that the free citizens on the field were able to follow orders so quickly and grasp the essentials of holding a pike so quickly. Looks like their military training for more than a year was not in vain, he said gratified. At this moment, the long bugles sounded again, and the flag bearers of each division immediately pointed their black flags forward. "Advance!" Topyrus shouted. The drummers beat the military drums rhythmically, and the soldiers began to advance with their pikes in hand. As they advanced, the originally neat formation became more and more uneven, and the formation became a little messy. The originally straight pikes swayed left and right as their bodies moved, and the pikes clashed with each other. Clatter! Clatter! Capys saw the Devers frown, so he explained, "Your Majesty, because the veteran officers have been dismissed and returned home, their control over the entire team, the maintenance of the formation, and the execution of orders are much weaker." "I understand," the Devers said, his gaze fixed on the performance of the free citizens on the field. The bugles changed again. "Defend!" Topyrus shouted. The advancing soldiers of the division stopped and began to gather in the middle. After the first row of soldiers laid down their pikes horizontally, the next few rows of soldiers who were close to the front raised their pikes diagonally. Even when the pikes of the sixth row could still reach the shoulders of the first row of soldiers, they formed a part of the spear wall. At this moment, the originally messy formation became a dense and thick pike square formation. The Devers' brows were still furrowed. He turned to Capys and said, "Do you know why I transferred the free citizens to use these extended pikes?" "Because we have to deal with the Syracuse cavalry," Capys said without hesitation. It was obvious that he had seriously considered the Devers' decision. "That's right. Our cavalry can't defend against the Namibians and Celts who grew up on horseback. I designed these long pikes to deal with the hired cavalry of Syracuse. However, I don't want to use this rigid defensive formation to stop the cavalry's attack. I want to use offense to crush the enemy cavalry's attack." The Devers stared at Capys with bright eyes. Capys was a little surprised. "You want them to attack the Syracuse cavalry with 4-meter-long pikes?" "Yes," the Devers said with certainty. "Also, I want them to attack at the speed of a charge and try to maintain a more compact formation during the attack. Therefore, I don't plan to equip them with armor. They only need to hold the pikes with both hands to advance and run. This should be lighter and more agile." The Devers' idea of the long pike square formation was not to learn from the Macedonian pike square formation in his previous life. He was not interested in that kind of clumsy formation. Dionia already had its own heavy infantry square formation, and its combat effectiveness was not inferior to the Macedonian square formation. He wanted to learn from the famous Swiss pike soldiers in the Middle Ages of Western Europe. These fierce mountain people could even hold 4-meter-long pikes and charge as a whole square formation against the heavily armored medieval heavy cavalry. They had defeated the French heavy cavalry many times and became famous in Western Europe. They became an important means of livelihood for the Swiss in the Middle Ages. Even the French royal family and the Vatican hired them as palace guards. "Your Majesty, if you don't equip them with armor," as the commander of the army, Capys had to remind him, "I'm afraid they will suffer heavy casualties under the attack of arrows and javelins." Chapter 486. It wasn't that the Devers didn't consider the problem of the pikemen having weak defenses, but the pikemen weren't part of his plans for the future of the Dionysian army. In his mind, they were only a temporary unit. In the future, Dionia could nurture more powerful cavalry to deal with the enemy's cavalry. Blow the bugle, let them run, and then charge again. "Let me see." The Devers looked at the sky and urged. Although the Devers said that it was still dangerous to have the freedmen who had never used such long spears in a group charge. Hence, the instructors repeatedly instructed the recruits on the main points of movement. Woo, woo, woo. The bugle sounded 3 times in a row. Under the instructor's lead, the freedmen raised their spears vertically with both hands and started jogging. The neat formation that had taken so much effort to recover began to sway again as they increased their speed. The gap between the front and back also widened. At this moment, the bugle sounded even more urgently. The recruits roared angrily. The first row of soldiers placed their spears horizontally, while the soldiers at the back raised their spears diagonally in order to avoid accidentally injuring the soldiers at the front. From the side, the spears moved from low to high, giving off a three-dimensional feeling. However, it didn't last long. The formation of more than 1,000 people scattered during the charge. Some were too forward, while others were lagging behind. They didn't form a proper formation at all. There were even a few who fell while running, accidentally injuring a few of their comrades. Capys looked at the Devers with slight apprehension. On the other hand, the Devers had a calm expression. He had already changed the 4-meter-long spear used by the Swiss in his previous life to a simpler spear, reducing its weight. However, it was still not something that the freedman who had never used it on the battlefield could easily grasp. He thought for a moment and said, "I have a suggestion. Don't charge in a unified square formation. That's too rigid, and it's easy for the formation to fall apart. Why don't we split into smaller units, just like how heavy infantry units march in disorder in front of the enemy? We can use this method to assault the enemy's cavalry. This way, it'll make it easier for the officers to control the soldiers. Not only will it ensure that the small square formations are concentrated, but it'll also make the formation more flexible and able to occupy a larger area. As for Syracuse's cavalry from the Namibian plains and the Wave River plains, our lances should be more agile to capture them." After listening carefully to the Devers' suggestions, Capys was greatly enlightened. He immediately said, "Your Majesty, I will immediately let them train according to your instructions." The Devers solemnly reminded him again, "Lord Capys, there isn't much time left for them to train. You have to quickly think of a way to let these free people familiarize themselves with the usage of the pike and the change of attack formation within 2 to 3 days." Capys nodded heavily and strode onto the training ground. The Devers had been busy all day. Finally, they set foot on the moonlit night and returned to their own house. As soon as he pushed open the door, he heard cheers. "Master." "No, Your Majesty." "Your Majesty, you're back. Congratulations on becoming the King of Dionia." "Your Majesty, congratulations on defeating the Syracuse Navy and annihilating the Tarentum." As the Devers became the King of Dionia, the slaves in his house felt that their status had risen and they were proud of it. The Devers nodded to them one by one and finally came to the slave manager, Ribazot. "You've worked hard at home. Your Majesty, it's my duty." Ribazot said respectfully, "Madam and the young masters are waiting for you in the inner courtyard. It's so late and they're still awake." The Devers was a little surprised, but he was more touched. He then said to Ribazot sternly, "Let them all rest. Blow out the candles in the corridor and put them away. Is this the time to celebrate? How can they be so wasteful? Aren't they afraid of what the people will say?" Although the Devers' words were tactful, Ribazot heard the rebuke in his words. He quickly bowed his head and apologized. "The higher the status, the more you should be low-key and cautious. You must always remember this and restrain them. Otherwise, if there's a problem, I'll deal with you first." The Devers' warning made Ribazot secretly vigilant. The Devers opened the door to the backyard. Asuna was already waiting there. She said happily, "Your Majesty, welcome home." "Asuna, it's all thanks to you that Kristoya could successfully give birth to Eunice, and both mother and daughter are safe." "Thank you." The Devers sincerely expressed his gratitude to the backyard manager. Although Asuna was excited, she did not dare to say anything. Instead, she said, "The 2 madams and the children are waiting for you in Madame Kristoya's bedroom." "Oh, looks like it'll be lively tonight." The Devers laughed. "Your Majesty, have you had dinner?" "I was too busy and didn't have time to eat. Prepare 2 pieces of bread, a bowl of oatmeal, and a glass of wine for me." "Yes, Your Majesty. I'll prepare it for you soon." As soon as the Devers opened the bedroom door, a figure dashed into his arms and cried out urgently, "Daddy, you're finally back! I missed you so much." The Devers chuckled as he picked Little Crow up. Daddy missed you too. Let Daddy see if you've gained weight. The little crow immediately puffed up his cheeks. The Devers was amused. He pinched his chubby cheeks lightly. Father! A clear voice came from behind. Cynthia, I've only been away for a month. You seem to have grown taller again. The Devers smiled at his adopted daughter. He carried Little Crow over and pressed his hand on Cynthia's head to measure her height. F.A. Father. Adoris, who was beside Cynthia, called out nervously. It was strange. Adoris was usually naughty and mischievous, but when he saw the Devers, he would be as nervous and obedient as a girl. Adoris, you didn't ask the teacher to complain to your mother, did you? The Devers teased. And no. Adoris shook his head hurriedly. Father, school has been temporarily suspended, Cynthia interrupted. Suspended? The Devers was slightly surprised. He thought about it and realized that it was normal. Then stay at home during this time. Cynthia, you're the elder sister. You have to take care of your 2 younger brothers and lessen the burden on your 2 mothers. Yes. Cynthia nodded seriously. Cynthia is very sensible. She's been very busy and has helped me and Agnes with many things. But some people don't even want to go home to visit after being away for so long. The Devers looked up. Christelle was sitting on the wooden bed and looking at him angrily. Agnes was lying on her side on the bed, her face full of hidden bitterness. The Devers had just spoken when he realized that this wasn't the time to reflect. He immediately said softly, Aren't I back now? Crystal snorted. It would have been better if you didn't come back. The moment you came back, you gave away half of the money we worked so hard to earn. Agnes secretly patted Crystal's shoulder. With her traditional personality, she had waited so long for her husband to return. She didn't want to ruin this warm atmosphere, or even cause a quarrel. There was no need for the Devers to explain. Little Crow said loudly, Mother, don't blame Daddy. Ah, it's still my baby who thinks of me. The Devers happily kissed Little Crow's pink cheeks. Let's go see your little sister with Daddy. Eunice was lying next to Crystal. She was already awake, but she wasn't crying. When the Devers approached her daughter, Crystal hurriedly reminded him, Be careful. Don't scare her. Don't worry, I'm Herb's teacher. A doctor knows how to raise a child. I'm a chosen. There's nothing I don't know, including your body. The Devers moved closer to her ear and whispered the last word. Crystal immediately blushed and reached out to hit him lightly. The previous ill feelings disappeared without a trace. The Devers gently picked up Eunice. The little person was also looking at him curiously with her big and bright blue eyes. Hey, baby, I'm your daddy, the Devers said gently. Ah. Eunice cried out, her little hands pulling at the Devers' face. The Devers let her hands do as she pleased. He turned to Crystal and said with a smile, Eunice's hands are quite strong. At that moment, Crystal looked at the father and daughter gently and nodded lightly. Daddy, I'm stronger than my sister, Crow said unhappily. You're the older brother. Of course you're stronger. The Devers smiled. Little Crow, look at your sister. Isn't she pretty? The little Crow at that moment didn't know what beauty was. He just followed his father and nodded. Yes, she is. To tell the truth, the redness from when she was born had already faded. Her wrinkled skin had also been enriched by sufficient milk. Eunice had a plump forehead, bright eyes, a small nose that stuck out, rosy lips, and tender skin. She was indeed a beautiful baby. The Devers turned to the children and said, Don't you think little Eunice looks like Daddy? Cynthia shook her head. No. Hearing his sister's words, Adoris also said softly, Doesn't look like him. Little sister looks like Mommy. Little Crow was the most direct. The Devers laughed. Fortunately, she doesn't look like me. She looks like Crystal. Little Eunice will be a great beauty in the future. Crystal rolled her eyes and reached out. Give the child to me. It's your first time seeing her. She'll cry if you hold her for too long. Chapter 487. Cynthia and Adoris nodded repeatedly. Little Crow asked excitedly, "Then can I play with them?" "Of course." The Devers smiled. Little Crow immediately jumped up and down in joy. "I haven't gone to the temple for divination yet, so I don't know if it's a boy or a girl yet," Agnes said sweetly. She was in charge of Hera's temple, and there was a priest who specialized in divination for pregnant women. Because she was still early in her pregnancy, her belly had yet to fully appear, so she hadn't done it yet. Every day, however, Agnes prayed silently to Hera, whom she served, to give her a healthy boy. The Devers obviously knew what she was thinking, so he said seriously, "I'm a god's chosen one. If I say it's a boy, then it'll definitely be a boy." "Really?" Agnes blinked, half believing and half doubting. "Well, now we have 5 children in our family." The Devers smiled and said loudly to Crystal and Agnes, "You have to continue working hard and try to make 10 children into a team." Crystal immediately scolded. "Childbirth is so hard. Do you think it's as easy as marching to war?" The Devers laughed heartily, and the room was filled with laughter and chatter. It was late at night, and the children had all gone to sleep. Asuna had also carried Eunice to the outer room, and the 3 people in the bedroom were all sleepy. Agnes finally couldn't help but look at the Devers and said faintly, I'm going back to sleep. What are you going back for?" The Devers pulled her back and blurted out without hesitation, "Sleep here tonight, and let me accompany you." "How can we do that?" Although Agnes was tempted, she looked at Crystal with difficulty. "Sister, just stay," Crystal said seriously. "The Devers are going back to camp tomorrow, and we don't know when he'll be back. Tonight, we sisters will accompany him and have a good chat." Indeed, they could only talk. Kristoya had just given birth and was unable to make love to her Devers, while Agnes was still in the early stages of her pregnancy. Devers blew out the candles and lay between Kristoya and Agnes. Their intoxicating fragrance lingered on the tip of his nose and their slender fingers in his hands. He suddenly felt a kind of happiness in his heart that he would rather be with them for a long time than to wake up in the morning. "When will this war end?" Agnes asked softly as she snuggled up to her husband. "I'm afraid it'll take a few more months." "Phew," Devers replied. Agnes's hair stuck to the side of his face, tickling him. Unfortunately, his hands were held by his 2 wives, and he couldn't pull them out. He could only try to blow them away. "So long." Agnes's soft voice was filled with disappointment. "Don't worry, before you give birth, I will definitely end the war and return to Turiai to accompany you." Devers comforted her. "Really?" Agnes was pleasantly surprised. "Really?" Devers said in a low voice. "Sister, look at how good he is to you. When I was pregnant with Little Crow and Eunice, he never said anything like this." Accompanied by Kristoya's dissatisfied voice, Devers felt a sharp pain in his left hand. He resisted the urge to cry out. "Then I'll wait for you to come back. You have to be careful on the battlefield." Agnes laughed softly and kissed him affectionately on the side of his face. Not long after, light snores sounded in Devers's ears. Agnes actually fell asleep. This is the advantage of being pregnant. You can sleep whenever you want, unlike me. Because of Eunice. Ugh. Kristoya had just sighed when Devers turned around and kissed her rosy lips. This long kiss almost made her gasp for breath. Agnes is still in bed. Kristoya hurriedly sucked in a breath. Just as she spoke shyly, Devers kissed her again. During this period of time, because of the pregnancy of his 2 wives and the intense war that followed, Devers, who had been abstinent for a long time, couldn't hold it in any longer. Hot kisses after hot kisses melted Kristoya's reservations, but she still retained a trace of hesitation. "Darling, I still have a little down there. I understand." Devers said softly in her ear, "Baby, you can use your mouth and hands." Kristoya shyly nibbled on his firm shoulder. Devers untied her clothes, bent down, and gently sucked on the forbidden area where his daughter usually suckled soon. A suppressed and seductive moan came out of the bedroom. With the support of the governor of Persia, Phanabazis, General Canaan of Athens took another move that shocked the Sparta people after the victory at the Battle of Knidos. He once again occupied the island across the Laconia Gulf, Scylla, and used it as a naval base for Athens. This way, not only could they control the passage of the Sparta alliance's fleet in and out of the eastern Mediterranean, but they could also monitor the movements in the Laconia Gulf. What worried Sparta the most was that they were afraid that Athens would do what they did during the Peloponnesus War, incite the Herods in Sparta to flee to Scylla, causing instability in Sparta's rear. Now, even the Sparta ships that entered and left the Laconia Gulf became extremely cautious, for fear of bumping into the Athens fleet. When Chrysippus's passenger ship departed from the only good port in Sparta, Gophion, at the mouth of the Olotus River, he saw the nervous expressions of the captain and the sailors. He could not help but look at the faint, gray outline of the land in the distance in the northeast. It was the island of Scylla, which was occupied by Athens. Chrysippus was suddenly filled with concern for Sparta. At sea, Athens had the upper hand. The Sparta alliance did not even dare to garrison the Laconia Gulf and retreated to the west of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. On land, due to the tenacious defense of the Sparta alliance at the Isthmus of Corinth, the Sparta army could not advance an inch. This forced the Council of Elders to decide to change the commander again, allowing Agelaus, who was recuperating from his illness, to go into battle again. Chrysippus was cautiously optimistic about this change of personnel. He did not deny that he was more optimistic about the weak and sickly king of Sparta's commanding ability. Agelaus' achievements in the past few years in Asia Minor had earned him a great reputation. However, the anti-Sparta alliance had the support of Persia. Chrysippus, who had been to Persia, knew that this meant that Sparta's enemies had endless financial support. Even if they failed again and again, they could still recruit another huge army at any time. On the other hand, the population of Sparta was limited. Chrysippus's trip to Thurii this time was of great significance. He wanted to stop the war between Dionia and Syracuse as soon as possible, so that Syracuse, the hegemon of the western Mediterranean, could free up its hands to help Sparta. With the support of Syracuse's powerful navy and huge army, Sparta had even more confidence in ending the war. But would Dionia agree to it? The image of a 19-year-old young man emerged in Chrysippus's mind. It was the first time he saw the Devers. Since they parted ways in Asia Minor, 5 or 6 years had passed. He had never seen the young man again. He only heard about him from rumors. Every time he heard the news, Chrysippus was surprised. The young man was now the ruler of a powerful force in the western Mediterranean, and he dared to compete with Syracuse, the hegemon of the western Mediterranean. Things were different now. How could he convince him? Chrysippus did not have full confidence, so he could only try his best. The other envoy gave him a bigger headache, Dionysius. All the Sparta people who had contact with the tyrant of Syracuse said that he was greedy, domineering, and vengeful. Now he had to end the war that he had the upper hand in. If there were no benefits that satisfied him, how could he agree to it? Chrysippus let out a heavy sigh and temporarily put these headache-inducing problems aside. He asked aloud, "How long will it take us to reach Thurii?" "About 2 days," replied the captain. Arabuma's usurpation of Laos went very smoothly. Due to his long years of operation, the leaders and officials in the city chose to support him instead of Hinepolis, who was still wet behind the ears and tried to undermine their status and interests as soon as he took office. Moreover, the only troop that was loyal to Hinepolis was taken away by him. Therefore, Arabuma easily took control of the city, except that the price he paid was a scolding from his sister-in-law. After his plan to seize Fort Laos failed, he did not panic. Instead, he decisively withdrew his troops and fortified the city to defend against the Dionysian army's attack. He believed that as long as Laos could hold on for 10 days to half a month, Syracuse's army on the east side of the mountain would be able to make greater progress in their attack on Dionia, and the situation in Dionia would change drastically. When that time came, Laos might even have a chance to expand his territory. While Alabuma was fully immersed in his defense plan, rumors started to spread and spread under the control of some people with ulterior motives. Hinepolis is a good consul. In order to give us commoners more rights, he enacted many laws that were beneficial to us commoners. But the nobles, led by Arbutus, refused to implement them. Did you know? Our consul once issued a land plan to distribute land to the poor, but Arabuma threatened his nephew and forced him to withdraw the plan. Chapter 488. By the time Arabuma realized that something was wrong with the situation in the city, the rumors had already spread all over the city. There was only one meaning to the rumors. The former consul Hinepolis was a good man, and Arabuma was a tyrant who wanted to turn the citizens of Laos into slaves again. Arabuma was furious. He ordered his men to arrest the person who spread the rumors and put the matter to rest as soon as possible. But at this moment, the news that Saru, the governor of Vigo City, is marching towards Laos came. At the same time, the governor of Gramentum, Bagul, arrived in Newdom with 3,000 reserve soldiers recruited from Lucania City. Arabuma immediately tensed up. On the third day after the naval battle of Taranto, the ship of Sparta's emissary, Callisthorpes, sailed into the Bay of Taranto. Before he set off, Callisthorpes had carefully studied the situation of the war in Greece. He knew that the navy of Syracuse had sealed off the entire Bay of Taranto, preventing the sails of the Dionia alliance from entering the sea. Therefore, he was prepared to encounter a patrol ship of Syracuse, but he did not expect to encounter a patrol ship of Dionia. The sail of the patrol ship was painted with the image of flamboyant black hair entwined with 2 thighs, which left a deep impression on him. At this time, the patrol ship of Dionia was no longer a modified cargo ship or a 50-oared clipper. Instead, it was the real top warship of the city-states of Greece, a triple-hulled warship. The patrol ship stopped Callisthorpe's ship. After asking for the purpose of his visit and whereabouts, they ignored Callisthorpe's protest and searched the ship to see if there were more armed men or weapons hidden in it. At this time, Callisthorpe asked loudly, "When I passed by here a few days ago, I saw many Syracuse warships cruising in the bay. Where did they go?" Callisthorpe's question was a little rude, and the captain on the side was nervous. The captain of the Dionia patrol ship looked at Callisthorpe coldly. If it weren't for Callisthorpe's identity as a Spartan emissary, he would have scolded him. He sneered and said, "Where did you go? Where else can they go? They either fell into the sea to feed the fishes, or they are imprisoned in Turiae." When Callisthorpe heard this, his eyes widened in shock. "You defeated the navy of Syracuse. You don't seem to believe it." The captain stood by the side of the ship and spat into the sea. "2 days ago, our king of Devers led us to defeat the navy of Syracuse. Their defeated soldiers fled back to Siloton, but it won't take long before we completely destroy them. When that time comes, this sea will belong to us Daonians." Callissos was shocked. He did not expect that a naval battle that could change the course of the entire Greek war would take place while he was on his way out of Sparta. At the same time, he noticed something else that surprised him. "Did you just say that Divers became king?" The captain's face darkened. "Be careful, Sparta. The name you've mentioned is the king of the Dionia alliance, the son of Hades, the ever-victorious general of Greece, and the protector of the people of Dionia. Please show him enough respect and fear, or we'll seize your ship. You won't enjoy the treatment of a messenger, but will enter Turiae as a criminal." Hearing the threat of the Dionia, Phoebidas would have flown into a rage. Callisthorpe, on the other hand, was calm enough. He did not say a word, but his heart was raging like a storm on the way to Turiae. Callisthorpe and the crew and sailors of the Pythias still found it hard to accept the news that the Dionysian fleet had defeated the navy of Syracuse. There was only one profession for the citizens of Sparta, which was a warrior. Therefore, the sailors of the Laconia Gulf were also held by the Pythias, who were not citizens of Sparta. The people of Sparta would not allow helots to serve as sailors because it meant unpredictable danger. However, when they were approaching Turiae, they were surprised to see countless three-decker or warships covering the sea. They seemed to be practicing formations. Shouts and bugles filled the entire sea. Kellisthorpe's and everyone on the passenger ship were shocked by the spectacular scene in front of them. Everyone had the same question in their mind. Are these the three-decker or warships of Dionia? Didn't they just end the battle with the navy of Syracuse? Why do they still have so many warships? Did they also receive help from the people of Persia? That was the truth. The Dionysian fleet originally had about 150 three-decker or warships. After capturing more than 150 warships of Syracuse, and then capturing 35 three-decker or warships of Tarentum, the navy of Dionia now had more than 330 three-decker or warships. These 2 days, Sicerian had been worried sick. He had to arrange for shipwrights to repair the warships damaged in the battle. At the same time, because of the addition of so many warships, Thurii did not have so many sailors to equip. They had ships but no men, and no matter how many ships they had, it would be useless. He racked his brains and finally came up with a way to recruit sailors. At this time, the crisis of Heraclea had been resolved. Metapontum had also been recovered, and Castellan had once again strengthened its confidence in following Dionia. After Sicerian received permission from the Devers, he sent people to the 3 allied nations to recruit sailors. Soon, more than 60 warships could be put to use. However, these newly recruited sailors did not have the experience of sailing three-decker or warships. So, for the past 2 days, Sicerian had been busy training the expanded fleet. As the secret weapon of the Dionysian fleet in the naval battle, the Raven suspension bridge, had been exposed, there was no need for him to hide it anymore. Instead, he let the entire fleet show its face in the bay. So, when Kellisthorpe's and the others saw many warships in the Dionysian fleet with a long wooden board erected on the foremast, they were all curious. It seemed that Dionia had really defeated the Zhang-Haijun of Syracuse. With a solemn expression, Kellisthorpe's looked at the Dionic warships that were cleaving through the waves on the surface of the sea, pondering about the impact of this important news on his diplomatic mission to Tralee. After much deliberation, he found that this victory increased the possibility of a truce between Dionia and Syracuse. This made him more spirited. Sparta's passenger ships entered the mouth of the Crati River and were ordered to disembark at the port. This was because, ever since the military port of Thurii was built on the banks of the Crati River, the port in Thurii had been closed for the sake of secrecy. No ships were allowed to pass through the military port and reach Thurii. If Kellisthorpe's had been to the port of Thurii a few days ago, he would have been surprised by the bustle of the port today. Due to the blockade by the navy of Syracuse, the port of Thurii had become very desolate. No merchant ships came and no merchant ships left. The large number of free people who relied on the port for survival had nothing to do. Most of them were later recruited as sailors in the fleet, laborers in the logistics and transportation department of the Ministry of Military Affairs, or assigned to the Ministry of Agriculture to help the families of citizens who lacked farm labor because their masters were away on expeditions. As a result, not only were there no merchant ships in the port, but even the laborers were almost drawn away. The entire port seemed to have been abandoned. Even after the naval victory, the Devers considered the impending military operation against Syracuse for the sake of secrecy. Despite Marigi's objection, they still insisted on continuing to blockade the port for the sake of secrecy until the next war with Syracuse. But today, cargo ships sailed into the port again. A large number of laborers from the Ministry of Military Affairs entered the port and unloaded sacks of grain from the cargo ships. These were the free aid provided by the 3 allies of Castellan, Heraclea, and Metapontum after learning that Dionia was in a food crisis and was calling for donations. Having experienced the Peloponnesus War, the Asia Minor War, and now the Corinth War, Callissippus knew very well how damaging war was to trade. Moreover, the port of Turin was previously blockaded, but he did not expect the port of Turin to be so busy today. Surprised, he asked the Turin official who came to greet him. After learning the truth, Callissippus could not help but be a little surprised. The allies of Dionia spared no effort in supporting the disadvantaged Ionia just because of the naval victory. Walking out of the port and through the somewhat empty market, Callissippus and his entourage were about to enter the main road in a carriage. Here, Callissippus and his entourage saw a spectacular sight. The road and both sides of the road were occupied by countless Dionia citizens, old and young, men and women, carrying wooden chests, parcels, or leading beasts of burden. They were loaded with valuables as they marched majestically towards the city of Turin. Callissippus was very curious and asked the coachman, "That's the citizens of Amendola going to the Victory Square to donate their valuables, so that our alliance can carry on this war to the end and defeat those evil Syracuse people?" "We Turin have all donated yesterday. I heard that the Brudi people are also donating, but not in the Victory Square of Turin, but in Cosenza." Looking at the proud expression of the coachman, and then looking at the people chatting and laughing on the main road, it was as if they were not going to abandon their valuables, but to attend an important gathering. Callissippus could not help but think of the scene when the people of Sparta sent their loved ones off to the battlefield. The parting words began to echo in his heart: return in victory, or be carried back by shields. Chapter 489. As the Devers were not in the Senate at the moment, Caristhorpes and the others did not need to enter the city and went straight north to the barracks. As they passed by the second triumphal arch outside the city, Caristhorpe stood under it and looked up for a while before leaving. The Thurii barracks were located on the north bank of the confluence of the Cosini River and the Tiro River. The Thurii barracks were no longer the simple camp with tents and fences when the city of Thurii was first built, but a fully functional fortress. Abatis moats, earthen ramparts, wooden walls, and watchtowers erected every 20 meters formed the outer defense of the barracks. Inside the barracks were rows of barracks built with bricks and tiles, each of which could accommodate a squad of soldiers. The beds were divided into bunk beds, so the rooms were relatively spacious. In addition, there were stables, armory, weapon repair workshops, kitchens, small hospitals, and even water wheels to bring water from the Tiro River into the barracks' bathrooms. Soldiers could only bathe in cold water. Of course, there was also the most important and indispensable part of the camp, the High Command, which consisted of the living quarters of the Supreme Commander, the living quarters of the high-ranking generals, and a conference room, the training ground, which consisted of the light infantry training ground, the heavy infantry training ground, the cavalry training ground, the weapons testing ground, mainly used for assembly and testing of large siege weapons, the large training ground, used for combination training, formation training, and inspection of troops. In addition, there were several special training grounds. The city defense training ground, used to train in the construction of camps, defenses, and sieges. The land in this training ground was often excavated and patched and was in ruins. The training ground on both sides of the Tiro River, used to train in crossing the river and landing by boat, so there were a dozen small cargo ships, and the mountain training ground, used to train in mountain warfare. This training ground was not in the camp, but in the mountains to the west of the camp beyond the large hot springs. For Dionia, that was founded on military might, the barracks built near the cities of the alliance were the most functional and most advanced among all the countries, city-states, and races in the Mediterranean Sea in this era, especially the barracks of Turin. As the center of the alliance, Turin had the largest number of public militias. Therefore, the barracks needed to train 5,000 people at a time and could accommodate 50,000 people. There were 500 soldiers stationed in the barracks all year round, excluding some of the alliance's public servants. It was precisely because of the existence of these barracks that countless farmers, herdsmen, fishermen, merchants, and other Dionian alliance citizens, preparatory citizens, and freedmen without any experience of war were swiftly forged into qualified corps soldiers after a year or two of rigorous training in the barracks. That was why the 5th Legion, which had never been on the battlefield, was not at a disadvantage against the elite soldiers of Syracuse who had been on expeditions all year round. At this moment, Callissippus saw that the wooden wall was 10 meters high and extended endlessly to both sides. He could imagine the grandeur of this military camp. This was obviously a city. He could not help but ask in astonishment, "This is your military camp?" "That's right, this is the Turin military camp. Citizens of Turin, Amendola, and Abyssinia are trained here," the officer replied. Chalciops looked up at the patrolling sentries on the wooden wall and the archers on the watchtowers. The heavily guarded military camp made him feel slightly uneasy. "Let's go in." Then the officer stopped in his tracks and turned to Calithorpes and his entourage. He said solemnly, "Given that we are at war, the military secrets of this military camp cannot be divulged. His Majesty Divers requests that you must wear a mask and cover your eyes before entering the military camp." As he spoke, he took out a black mask from his bosom. At the same time, the camp's drawbridge was lowered and the camp's gate opened. A group of fully armed soldiers came out in a line. Chalciops' entourage was in an uproar. "Dionia, do you know what you're saying? How dare you ask us to blindfold our eyes? No matter where we Sparta go, it has always been the city's governor and generals who come out to greet us respectfully. This is a humiliation to us Sparta. Dionia, aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of Sparta by doing this?" The Dionia officer was not afraid of the Sparta's accusation. He sneered, "A few years ago a Sparta envoy threatened Dionia with the same words, and we chased him out of Turin. If you are unwilling to comply with our request, then we have no choice but to ask you to leave Turin." The entourage suddenly fell silent. They knew that the person the officer was talking about was Phoebidas. After he returned to Sparta from Turin, he became a joke in Sparta for a long time. They did not want that to happen, so they all looked at Chalciops. "This is a demonstration of Dionia." Chalciops sighed in his heart. Chalciops was not Phoebidas. Among the Sparta people, he was one of the few talents who had real diplomatic qualities. That was why the Council of Elders gave him the important task of sending the envoy to Greece. At this moment, when he saw that the situation was not good, he took a deep breath and looked at the Dionia officer. He said in a deep voice, "I accept your request, but I hope to see your king soon." 5 years had passed. The next time Chalciops saw the Devers was in the conference room of the Turin military camp. This young man, who was only 24 years old, was now the king of Dionia. He sat in the middle of the room, apart from a circle of stubble on his chin. His appearance had hardly changed, but the impression he gave Chalciops was completely different from when they parted. After Chalciops came in, Divers quietly sat upright and motionless, looking at him with a solemn expression. A majestic aura emanated from the body of this young king, like a steep mountain slowly pressing down on Chalciops. It seemed that this was a formal meeting, and the Devers were not going to talk about personal friendship with him because there were other people sitting on both sides of the Devers. This forced Chalciops, who had just taken off his mask, to speak first to break the oppressive silence. "I, Chalciops, the envoy of Sparta, have come to Dionia under the order of the Council of Elders. I hope to receive the respect and reception I deserve." Sitting on the left side of the Devers was Kunigarata. He said with a serious expression, "As the leader of Greece, Sparta should maintain the peace among the Greek city-states. However, you bully the weak and start wars everywhere. Such a city-state does not deserve the respect of Dionia." Although Chalciops was uneasy before, he did not expect Dionia's attitude towards Sparta to be so bad. Although he was unhappy, he had been to other city-states many times and was experienced. He quickly replied, "Who can say for sure who is right and who is wrong when it comes to the conflict of interests between the city-states? Besides, that's what happened in the Eastern Mediterranean. It has nothing to do with Greece." Scambras, a white-haired old man sitting on the right side of the Devers, stood up and said, "We don't want to interfere in the affairs of Greece. But Sparta intervened in the war between us and Syracuse. They helped the abominable Syracuse to trample our land and slaughter our people. They are our enemies. We have no respect for our enemies, only anger." Did they know? Chalciops looked at the Devers in front of him. The Devers stared at him with a stern expression. Chalciops calmly explained, "Although Sparta and Syracuse have an alliance, Sparta has never intervened in the affairs of the Western Mediterranean. They have never sent troops into the Western Mediterranean. Sparta is not hostile to Dionia. Phoebidas." The Devers uttered the name that Chalciops was afraid to hear. His tone was cold and unhurried. "The general of Sparta, the brother of Eudamidas, who was once an envoy to Dionia. But now he has appeared in the army of Syracuse and commanded the right wing of Syracuse's army during the battle against the Southern Alliance. Don't tell me that this is his own action, or that he has been exiled by Sparta. As far as I know, he was still leading an army to fight in Corinth a few months ago." The Devers' words blocked all possibilities of Chalciops quibbling. Chalciops was surprised that Dionia had such detailed information on Phoebidas. At this moment, he had nothing to hesitate or worry about. He simply changed the topic and said, "I'm here for the peace of Greece. Sparta hopes that Dionia and Syracuse can stop the war and sign a peace treaty so that the people of Greece can rebuild their homeland. Did I hear it wrong? Sparta is starting to care about Greece." Chalciops ignored Scambra's mockery. His eyes were fixed on the Devers. "Dionysius has agreed?" The Devers did not show any surprise and asked, "I came to Thurii first to seek your opinion before going to Cilicia," Chalciops replied. "What kind of armistice conditions?" Cunigurata interrupted. Chalciops carefully explained the plan that he had come up with along the way. "Although Dionia has won a naval battle, you must admit that Syracuse has a great advantage in Greece. They have conquered other cities in Greece and are about to enter your territory. On the other hand, Dionia is still unstable internally. So my suggestion is," Chalciops stared at the Devers and said in a serious tone, "both sides should make a truce at their current position." Chapter 490. What about Syracuse and Trine? Cunigurata asked loudly with an unpleasant expression on his face. "I think Syracuse will let these two city-states regain their independence. After all, Syracuse is in Sicily, not Greece," Chalciops said without hesitation. "Independence." Scambra sneered, "Let Syracuse support a 10-man dictatorship government like what Sparta did in the Greek city-states of Asia Minor." Chalciops' expression changed slightly. At this moment, the Devers spoke. "Do you want to hear our conditions?" "Go ahead." Chalciops was slightly nervous. "As long as Syracuse withdraws from Greece." The Devers' words made Chalciops happy. Just as he was about to continue, he heard the Devers say in a more serious tone, "Also, let Messina, Catarni, Naxos, and Tauromenion become independent one by one, and disband the Sicilian alliance. Most importantly, we must banish Dionysius. These are my conditions, and they cannot be changed. If Syracuse agrees, we will agree to a truce." Chalciops initially thought that the Devers was joking, but he saw that the Devers looked determined. The others became emotional after hearing the Devers' words. The meeting hall was silent for a while. Chalciops looked disappointed. "The Syracuse will never accept the conditions you proposed. It seems that the Dionysians intend to carry on this war that will consume a lot of resources and cause countless casualties. This war was provoked by the Syracuse. Dionysius led his army to invade Greece, occupied the land of Dionia, and slaughtered the people of Greece. He's like a wolf that invaded our homeland. It's not easy to leave safely after eating and drinking." The Devers stood up abruptly and said firmly, "I've made a promise to the people. Kill all the people of Syracuse who invaded Greece. For this reason, all the citizens of Dionia are determined to fight to the death with the people of Syracuse. The Hades above bless us to annihilate Syracuse's invading army and restore our alliance. We still have to fight our way to Sicily and save those Greek city-states that have been oppressed by Syracuse. We will completely pull out the fangs and fangs of this evil wolf, so that it will never be able to oppress any Greek city-state again." What the Devers said not only shocked Chalciops, but also surprised the elders present. It was the first time they had heard the Devers talk about their future plans for the war. Devers. Kellisthorpe panicked and reminded him by name. I can understand your eagerness for revenge. But Syracuse is not a wolf, it's a ferocious lion. If you miss this opportunity for peace, I'm afraid that you won't be able to kill this lion. Instead, it will pounce into the house and bite everyone to death. There was an obvious threat in Charles Thorpe's words, but the Devers only replied calmly, Then we'll have to fight to know who is the ferocious lion. Charles Thorpe could hear the determination of the Devers to fight to the death with Syracuse, so he wanted to persuade him again. The Devers said loudly, In Persia, you and I fought side by side. I should have treated you well this time, but unfortunately this is a time of war. You and I are enemies, not friends. I'm sorry, I can only ask you to leave. When this war is over, we'll have a good reunion when you come again. Charles Thorpe knew that his mission had failed, so he said, disinterestedly, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to meet again. The Devers smiled faintly. I believe you'll come again. After Charles Thorpe left the barracks, he had a serious expression on his face and was silent. When they entered the port, boarded the ship, and left the dock, the captain did not know where to go without his instructions. He had to ask loudly, Charles Thorpe, are we going to Syracuse next? Charles Thorpe snapped out of his thoughts and said decisively, No, we'll go straight back to Sparta. Go back. The captain was confused. He vaguely remembered that the censor's mission was to stop the war between Dionia and Syracuse, and he had just gone to Dionia. The people of Dionia are arrogant and conceited. They refuse to stop the war, and they even want to defeat the people of Syracuse. I think this newly established city-state alliance is going to be destroyed soon. The attendant mocked loudly. Maybe. It seems that we, Sparta, can only rely on ourselves for the time being. As Charles Thorpe spoke, the image of the Devers' determined and confident face kept appearing in his mind. This similar expression had appeared before the annihilation in Persia's canyon, before the Battle of Kentrit River. It had appeared many times during military discussions when the expeditionary forces encountered difficulties. It was this expression that the Devers used to persuade the leaders to accept his suggestion and help the mercenaries out of their predicament. This time, although Syracuse had an obvious advantage on land, he still felt uneasy. Charles Thorpe stood at the stern of the ship, watching the port of Thurii gradually disappear from his sight. He knew in his heart that the young man who humbly consulted him and whom he admired was gone forever. The Devers was now the king of Dionia and had become the sworn enemy of Syracuse. Naturally, he was also the enemy of Sparta, his enemy. The Devers led the elders of the Senate to prepare rations, train the troops, and replenish the number of soldiers. The 1st and 2nd legions had also suffered some losses in the past few battles. Diarrhea's fleet was also busy recruiting sailors, training the newly joined warships and training formations. The entire Thurii was on the move. Meanwhile, to the south of Dionia, Syracuse launched the second large-scale siege of Crotone. While the siege was ongoing, Dionysius left 10,000 men to the northwest of the main camp to defend against a possible surprise attack by Sprosthum's Dionysian army. At the same time, he dispatched all of Syracuse's cavalry and mercenary cavalry to the north of the Crotone plains, and even further to the swamp plains of Cremissa. Firstly, it was to observe the movements of Thurii in the north, and secondly, it was to harass Cremissa and prevent its garrison troops from sending reinforcements to Crotone. Although the pontoon bridge over the Neto River had been burned, the entire river was under the control of Syracuse's navy. The Dionysian army would not be able to cross the river in a short period of time, but the cautious Dionysius still had to make additional preparations. On the surface of the sea outside the port of Crotone, Leptinus led more than 200 warships, including the fleet that had rushed over from Messina and waited in formation. Dionysius had strictly ordered him to block the Dionysian fleet's reinforcements to Ciudad Crotone at all costs. When everything was ready, the bugles sounded and the drums thundered. Over 100 ballistae fired stone cannons at the city walls. More than 70,000 soldiers of Syracuse pushed more than 10 large siege towers. dozens of siege vehicles, and all sorts of large siege weapons. There were also countless specially made scaling ladders as they approached the city walls from the north, west, and south. In addition, Dionysius also ordered the army to escort and drive away more than 4,000 captives who were not Crotone. While the Crotone were busy defending against attacks and had no time to attend to other things, they no longer built platforms for lookouts and long-range archery, like before. Instead, they urgently built a slope from outside the moat to the apex of the city. The people of Crotone also realized the urgency of the situation. Not only did all the soldiers go up to the top of the city wall, but Dionia's ballistae were also on standby. All the citizens who could wield shields and spears were also organized by Lucius, ready to provide reinforcements at any time. A large-scale and abnormally tragic siege war unfolded. In the governor's residence in Asplostum, Epicthenes, the commander of Legio IV, asked anxiously, "Felicius, are we really not going to help Crotone? Our brothers in the legion are filled with rage. We want to avenge Dracos and our fallen comrades. According to the information from our spies, Syracuse has made ample preparations this time. Almost all of their troops have been mobilized. Without our help, I'm afraid the Crotone will have a hard time dealing with them." Felicius pointed to the south calmly and said, "Although Syracuse has gone to attack Crotone, Dionysius hasn't forgotten about us. The road to Crotone from the south is tightly sealed by their barracks and heavily guarded. Do you want both our legions to fall there? And we've received orders." Epicthenes was speechless. He paced back and forth in the living room, then said irritably, "I don't understand, Lord Devers." Agathia interrupted him and reminded him, "It's Your Majesty Devers now." "Very well, Your Majesty Devers." Epicthenes shrugged disapprovingly. In his eyes, there was not much difference between a lifetime consul and a king. "Your Majesty Devers, why did you ask the mountain scouts to send us an order, asking us to defend the city of Asprostum and not attack rashly? We've already won the naval battle and could have sent our fleet south to repel Syracuse's fleet again. That way, our army can build a pontoon bridge across the Netto River and deter Syracuse from attacking Crotone from the north." Chapter 491. "All right, you're the commander. Whatever you say." Epicthenes shrugged at Felicius again, then turned to Agathia and complained, "Sir Administrator, can you get us some wheat flour? If we don't have oats, we can at least make porridge with them. We've been eating beef jerky for 2 days straight. It's hard for us to poop now." As the commander of Legio IV, you should know that half of Legio IV's soldiers come from here. The people here would never mistreat their loved ones. But Asprostum is a small city with a small population, and it doesn't have a lot of wheat. The people's surplus food has been eaten up by you guys in the past few days. There's no food left." Agathia said helplessly, "Just bear with it. Syracuse's cavalry has cut off our food supply route. I've already sent scouts to His Majesty to inform him that we're having trouble with our food supply. I believe it won't be long before His Majesty arrives with his army, and the food problem will be solved." Felicius comforted him. Wait. Epicthenes had become more and more anxious after Draco's death. He did not want to stay in the mansion any longer. He said loudly, "I'm going to the city to see what's going on." With that, he strode out. Agathia looked at Felicius, who was sitting there in a daze. He felt that Draco's death had a huge impact on both of them, and he felt the same way. Back then, he had invited Timicin, Creander, and other former comrades to Dionia, but they attacked Cremissa without permission, causing the Second Crotone War. Although the Devers never blamed him for the Crotone's defeat and Dionia's power expanded, he blamed himself. Since then, Agathia had devoted most of his energy to politics to forget about his guilt. After a few years of honing, because of his good administrative ability, he became the second person among the former mercenary veterans to be appointed as the chief executive. The first was Helos. Along with the accumulation of experience in politics and his long dealings with the Crotone in Asprostum, He knew very well how disgruntled the Crotone were at losing their southern overlord, especially after they had recovered their strength in recent years. They had often opposed Ionia in the Southern Alliance, which was why he had another theory about the king of Devers' order to not attack rashly. His Majesty seemed to be allowing Syracuse to weaken the Crotone. However, would Ionia have the ability to defeat Syracuse on its own? Crotone's siege of the city was still going strong. Syracuse made use of the archers at the top of the siege towers and the archers at the bottom of the towers to clear out the defenders at the top of the walls while slowly approaching the walls. In the past 2 to 3 days, the Crotone had come up with a few ways to defend against the siege towers. For example, they would concentrate their attacks with ballistae and fire arrows. When the siege towers were close enough, they would throw oil cans at them and burn them with fire. At the same time, they also made a long wooden plank wrapped in iron to push the siege towers away from the walls. Even with all these efforts, there were still a few siege towers that approached the walls and lowered the wooden bridge. The Syracuse soldiers rushed to the top of the walls through the siege towers and engaged the defenders in a fierce battle. Lysias urgently sent reinforcements. After a fierce battle, the enemies were finally driven off the walls one by one. While the Crotone mainly focused on defending against the siege towers, the Syracuse soldiers used ladders to climb to the top of the walls and engage the defenders in a fierce battle. The allied forces of Crotone, Trine and Ceridian were defending tenaciously. The battle lasted until the afternoon. The siege towers of Syracuse destroyed the northern gate of Crotone. However, the Crotone soldiers had already sealed the entrance with rocks and wood. However, the combined use of several siege engines and lion carts finally caused a section of the walls to collapse. The defenders on the walls suffered heavy casualties. The Syracuse soldiers took the opportunity to quickly climb up the collapsed slope in an attempt to rush into the city. Fortunately, the reserve forces organized by Lysias arrived in time. This group of freedmen, elderly and youths, relied on their large numbers and fighting spirit to defend their homeland to resist the fierce attacks of the experienced Syracuse soldiers. It was already dusk, and the sky was gradually darkening. Lysias, Cyprilos, and the other leaders of the allied forces were overjoyed. They thought that they had finally made it to the end of the day. However, Dionysius had no intention of withdrawing his troops and returning to camp. He had the slaves push wooden carts filled with wood, asphalt, resin, and oiled linen. He pushed them to the side of the moat and lit them with fire. Immediately, a huge fire lit up the entire city walls. Dionysius immediately gave the order, "Blow the bugle and beat the war drums. Continue the siege." The defenders, who were bitterly holding on and thought that the battle was about to end, saw one wave of Syracuse soldiers retreat and another wave attack. There was no end to it. The defenders' morale was low. The relentless efforts of the Syracuse soldiers finally paid off. Under the urging of the soldiers, after sacrificing countless lives, due to the weakening of the defenders, the captives finally built a ramp to the top of the city walls and stacked the sandbags on top of the walls. The long-awaited Syracuse soldiers rushed up to the top of the city walls and started fighting with the defenders who came to stop them. Dionysius, who was anxious, even ordered the guards around him to join the battle at the top of the city wall. The defenders could no longer hold on and started to retreat. This allowed the Syracuse soldiers to gain a foothold on the city walls and quickly spread out in other directions. "Quick, go find Lysias. Tell him to send reinforcements, or else we won't be able to hold on." Ascames shouted at the messenger in exasperation. However, the north, west, and south of Ciudad Crotone were under attack. The east port had to defend against a large number of enemy ships that were cruising in the coastal waters. The only reserve troops were bitterly resisting the enemy troops that were attacking from the gaps in the city walls. There were no more reinforcements. Just as the generals of Crotone were stretched thin and could only watch helplessly as the enemies surged up to the top of the city walls and wreaked havoc. Boom! Boom! There were a few more loud noises, and another section of the city walls was destroyed by the siege engines. Amidst the flying dust and accompanied by the roars of the Syracuse soldiers, the Crotone soldiers who were fighting for their homeland finally revealed a look of fear. Under the cover of the night, they started to shout in panic, "Run! The enemy is attacking! The city is breached!" The reserve troops who were already low in morale retreated. Not long after, the defenders on the city walls also started to retreat. The people of Syracuse broke through the city walls and rushed into the city. The defense of the entire northern city was completely breached. Lucius Sesprotus and other high-ranking officials were distressed to see that the panicked soldiers ignored their dissuasion and ran past them like a tide, fleeing into the depths of the city. The people on both sides of the street also ran away together with the old and the young. Cries, screams, and screams resounded throughout the entire city. Seeing that the enemy was clearing the defenders on the city walls and advancing into the city center, Lysias was anxious, but he was completely at a loss. He did not know what to do. At this moment, a long line formed by torches appeared from the depths of the city. "Go to the temple of Apollo! Go to the temple of Apollo!" This orderly shout alerted the panicked Crotone citizens. Under the illumination of the torches, they staggered towards the Acropolis near the center of the city, the Temple of Apollo. Lysias and the rest also rushed over. "Who told you to do this?" Lysias asked the soldier holding the torches anxiously. "It's General Myron," the soldier replied. Myron was not a general at all. His task of defending the port was requested by Escamas, but this did not affect the soldiers' respect for him. Lysias was not in the mood to care about this. On the contrary, he was grateful to Myron. If he had not taken measures in time to guide the citizens to the Acropolis, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He turned back to look at the city walls, which were in flames. He saw that a portion of the soldiers were still trying their best to block the enemy's attack. Screams rang out one after another, and he felt as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. He reminded the soldiers beside him with concern, "The enemy will be here soon. You have to rush back to the Acropolis as soon as possible." After saying this, he and the others blended into the chaotic crowd. They had to rush back to the Acropolis to calm the panicked citizens and maintain order in the Acropolis. At the same time, they had to organize the citizens to defend the last fortress of Crotone, the Acropolis. "Sir, we won! We broke through Ciudad Crotone!" Damocles was extremely excited. Dionysius could not hide his joy either. After receiving the blessings from his attendants, he immediately prayed to Apollo devoutly to express his gratitude. Amidst the cheers, Phoebidas, who was deep in thought, seemed a little different. Today's siege gave him a great shock. Not only were the ingenious and powerful siege machines used, but the organization of the huge siege team was also quite orderly. However, what shocked him was Dionysius's ruthlessness. Dionysius actually killed the soldiers and teams who had fled the battlefield after the siege failed. This was simply inconceivable. In traditional Greek wars, there was no way to deal with deserters. Even Sparta did not have such a tradition. After all, the entire Sparta society revered honor in battle, and deserters would have nowhere to go. However, not only did Dionysius do it, he did it more than once. This forced the soldiers of Syracuse to attack with all their might without regard for their lives. He actually created the miracle of breaking through Ciudad Crotone in one day. Chapter 492. As an experienced Sparta warrior, Phoebidas had been observing the whole process of the siege. He could roughly estimate that Syracuse had suffered tens of thousands of casualties. Such a huge number of casualties was far beyond what Sparta could bear. Even if Sparta organized their allies and formed a large army, they would not use such a bloody method to attack the city, because it would inevitably cause their allies to rebel. This was what made Phoebidas helpless and fearful. Dionysius, the tyrannical and cruel tyrant of Sicily, had too much control over his troops. There are no more obstacles in front of us. Next, it's time to attack Ionia. Dionysius, who had taken down Crotone, turned his head and looked towards the north in the dark night. His voice was full of anticipation. Oh yes, there was still the Devers. Dionysius, words reminded Phoebidas, who was also full of anticipation. But without the help of Crotone, could Dionia, who was at a disadvantage in terms of military strength, withstand the battle? It was already 4 o'clock in the morning. Except for the patrolling sentries, the soldiers in the Turiae barracks were already asleep. But a hurried knock on the door broke the silence of the barracks. Your Majesty, urgent military news. Syracuse has breached Ciudad Crotone. Marcius, the captain of the guards, said anxiously, Ciudad Crotone has been breached. Devers's drowsiness was completely driven away by the shocking news. He found it hard to believe. Who sent the news? Is it true? It's news from the mountain scouts. In addition, Aristides also brought the same news. Syracuse had conquered Crotone, which had a 10-meter high wall and enough soldiers in one day. The Devers were shocked by the strength of Syracuse's siege. The joy he felt during the day when he received the news that Bergam was killed by his tribesmen and his tribe surrendered was wiped out. He immediately made a decision. Marcius, summon Antonios, Amintes, Matones, and Capys for a meeting. Also, send someone to summon the elders. Yes, your Majesty. Marcius received the order and left in a hurry. Devers indeed had the intention of letting Crotone and Syracuse exhaust each other to buy more time for Dionia. This would give him more time to train the newly formed troops better, prepare the logistics better, and wait for the situation in the Brudi region to stabilize and the issue of Laus's defection to be resolved. Then Dionia would have more citizen soldiers to join the expedition. Dionia's territory would be more stable, and he would have more confidence in defeating Syracuse. However, plans could never keep up with changes. Dionysius. Devers stood outside the house and looked at the endless night in the south, clenching his fists. Early the next morning, in the Turiae barracks, the large training ground that was usually empty was now occupied by the 1st Legion, the 2nd Legion, the 7th Legion, the Lance Brigade, and the logistics and transport team. Whether it was the soldiers or the transport personnel, everyone stood straight and silently looked at the training ground in front of them. Devers, dressed in a military uniform, stood on the stage and looked around at the tens of thousands of soldiers below the stage. He said loudly, Warriors of Dionia, since the outbreak of this war, you have followed me everywhere, not afraid of hardships and sacrifices. You have fought bravely, defeated the fierce Simonians, annihilated the cunning Tarentum, and ensured the safety of the northern border of the alliance. You are the heroes of the alliance. We should have held a grand triumphal ceremony for you, but the war is not over yet. The culprit who started this war, the Syracuse, has broken through Ciudad Crotone yesterday. They are about to set foot on our land and burn the flames of war to our homeland, turning us into their slaves. As the people of Dionia, what should we do? As soon as the Devers' voice trailed off, an earth-shattering roar came from the field. Defeat the people of Syracuse! Defeat them! Kill them all! Devers waited for the excited soldiers to calm down a little. He took a deep breath and shouted, Warriors, we are about to rush to the south and face the evil Syracuse. Dionia, in order to thank you for your great contributions and sacrifices for the alliance, I have discussed with the Senate and decided. Devers paused for a moment, took another deep breath, and shouted, After this difficult war is over, the free citizens who participated in the war will become preparatory citizens, and all preparatory citizens will become official citizens. The citizens of the city will receive double rewards according to your contributions. The field was boiling again, and this time it was an earth-shattering cheer. Victory to Dionia! Victory to King Devers! After all, the reason why the free citizens and preparatory citizens were willing to fight for the alliance of Dionia in the face of a powerful enemy was because they felt that the existence of the alliance could protect their rights and bring them benefits in the future. Devers gave them what they wanted in advance, and it was bound to make them fight even more fiercely in order to achieve this goal as soon as possible. Especially the Lance Brigade, which was mainly made up of free citizens. In the face of Syracuse's fierce offensive, Devers did not hesitate to use any means to raise the morale of the soldiers and increase the chances of Dionia's victory. As for the land that the new citizens and veteran citizen soldiers needed, Devers did not have to worry about it at all. After defeating Syracuse, there was no need to worry about not having enough land. After Devers finished his speech, he immediately announced the departure of the troops. The camp gate opened, and the soldiers of the 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, 7th Legion, and Lance Brigade lined up neatly and walked out of the camp, heading east. On the other hand, the free citizens had to rush to the granary of Thurii. There were mountains of military rations donated by the people of Dionia and their allies over the past 2 days. They would transport the rations to the port, and a large number of cargo ships would transport them to the port of Cremissa to be unloaded. Due to the victory of the naval battle of Taranto, Dionia had won the right to control the sea within its borders. With the sea transportation, logistics were much more convenient. Before the long column of troops had reached Thurii, they were greeted by countless citizens. They stood on both sides of the road and asked curiously, "Where are you going? Are you going to attack Syracuse?" After receiving confirmation from the soldiers, the citizens became excited. After consecutive victories, they no longer felt the terror of Syracuse's army in the south. Instead, they hoped that the Dionysian army could chase them away as soon as possible so that peace could be restored to the alliance. When the citizens heard the news, they kept coming. Their numbers grew, but they did not obstruct the main road and obstruct the advance of the troops. Instead, they formed a long line of people on both sides of the road, extending all the way to the wooden bridge over the Kratai River. They cheered for the soldiers who were going to war, and at the same time they searched for their loved ones, prayed to Hades for them, and offered their best wishes. Under the attention and blessings of the citizens, the soldiers became even more spirited, especially the free citizens of the Lance Brigade. This was the first time they enjoyed such a privilege, and they all straightened their backs and held their heads high. "Oh, is this a newly formed legion? Why haven't I seen them before? Why aren't they armed?" Of course, the curious citizens did not know that Divers was afraid that the secret of the Spear Brigade would be revealed during the Long March, which would result in the failure of the surprise attack. Hence, the spears were wrapped up and transported to Crimea along with the provisions by the supply team. Then, Oliver's was assigned to receive them. Among the citizens, questions were greetings from their loved ones. "To Pyrrhus! To Pyrrhus!" An excited voice clearly reached the ears of the Lance Brigade's captain to Pyrrhus. He was promoted due to his outstanding performance in training. He quickly turned his head and saw the person he was looking for, Mysia, his wife. She was waving her arms excitedly, shouting with passion, "To Pyrrhus, I'll go to the temple of Hades day and night to pray for you, so that you can return safely as soon as possible." To Pyrrhus did not say a word. He waved his arms in response, but his heart was overflowing with passion. Both he and Mysia were slaves, and they met in Christoya's restaurant. Their similar experiences brought them together quickly, and they supported each other. In the second year of Topyrus's freedom, Mysia's outstanding performance was praised by Christoya, and she was freed from slavery. Soon, the two were married under the witness of the goddess Hera. At this moment, Topyrus was looking at the figure of his wife, who was still chasing after the Lance Brigade, a voice resounding in his heart. "Wait for me, Mysia. When I return, we will become citizens of this great alliance. We will have our own land. We will build a beautiful house. We will have 4 or 5 children." When the Lance Brigade reached the city of Thurii, the 1st Legion left the main force and headed east. They were going to the naval base by the Krati River, board the Raven warship, and follow the fleet south in search of the Syracuse Navy. The main force turned towards the wooden bridge over the Krati River. In front of the wooden bridge, the elders also came to send off the troops. They weren't as optimistic as the commoners, because the commoners still didn't know that the inner city of Crotone had fallen. This news was like a boulder weighing on the hearts of the elders, causing them to toss and turn restlessly last night. They couldn't sleep well, their hearts filled with worry for the war. Chapter 493. Devers could sense the heavy expectations in their words. He smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about the people of Syracuse. What you should worry about is whether we have enough manpower to govern the lands in the south of Greece after we defeat Syracuse." While the elders were stunned, Devers turned his head and gazed deeply at the hills in the east of the city of Turin. He knew that his wife and children must be gazing in his direction, looking forward to his victorious return. Let's go. He coughed softly, turned his horse around, and stepped onto the wooden bridge with his guards. The soldiers of Syracuse burned, killed, and looted in Ciudad Crotone for a whole night. The ones who suffered the most were the free citizens and foreigners in the port area, as well as half of the citizens of Crotone who did not manage to escape to the citadel in time. At noon the next day, most of the soldiers of Syracuse were still sleeping in the barracks or the residences in Ciudad Crotone, recovering their exhausted stamina from the day before. Dionysius woke up early in the morning and led his subordinates to deal with the military affairs. The first thing that needed to be solved was the problem of the wounded. Although the results of the battle yesterday were glorious, the losses were also great. According to the preliminary statistics from last night, the number of dead and heavily injured soldiers alone was more than 5,000. There were also more than 4,000 soldiers with varying degrees of light injuries. After the battle, Syracuse had lost about 1/8 of its soldiers. A series of tedious tasks such as treating the wounded, replenishing soldiers, and reorganizing the troops had to be completed as soon as possible. Cleaning up the battlefield and burying the corpses, which were the most time-consuming and laborious, was actually the easiest. All they needed to do was to use the tens of thousands of Crotone citizens who had become captives as laborers. Many of the captives cried as they carefully sorted out the corpses of the Crotone soldiers who had died inside and outside the citadel. Many of the captives secretly kicked and cursed as they dragged the corpses of the Syracuse soldiers, venting their anger in their hearts. To Dionysius, these were not things that he cared about. The second thing he cared about was the citadel of Crotone. The citadel was located slightly south of the center of Ciudad Crotone, built on a hill. The citadel housed the largest Apollo temple complex in Greece, which was why the citadel of Apollo in Crotone was the largest in Greece. Although retreating to defend the citadel was a common strategy adopted by the Greek city-states when the citadel was lost, Dionysius should have been prepared. But after they breached the city wall last night, the soldiers of Syracuse became more violent and started killing and looting in the city. Because of the darkness, Dionysius could not effectively command the troops, which resulted in the delay of the battle. Half of the Docretone people, including many soldiers, were organized by Myron and Lucius to escape into the citadel. This allowed the citadel to have sufficient manpower to defend. At the same time, the citadel's terrain was high, and it was surrounded by residential areas. Large-scale siege weapons could not reach the citadel. Only by tearing down the surrounding residences and buildings and building a sturdy and wide causeway to fill up the hill with the siege towers and siege vehicles be able to reach the bottom of the city. Otherwise, if the soldiers were to attack from below, not only would they suffer heavy casualties, it would also be very difficult to succeed. However, such a siege method required a long period of preparation, and what Dionysius lacked the most was time. He still had to lead his army to attack Dionia. He would not allow his greatest enemy to have more breathing space to stabilize his territory and build more troops. Therefore, Dionysius sent messengers to threaten the lives of the Crotone citizens and soldiers in order to make the people of Crotone surrender in the citadel. However, the people of Crotone hiding in the citadel had witnessed the atrocities committed by the people of Syracuse in the citadel last night. They had endured the heart-wrenching cries of their compatriots. They feared and hated the people of Syracuse. In addition to the tyrannical acts of Syracuse in Syracuse, they viewed Syracuse as man-eating beasts. They did not believe the messenger's suggestion that as long as they became Syracuse's ally and sent troops to Syracuse's army, Dionysius would release all the captives of Crotone and return to Ciudad Crotone. This was because in order to stop the people of Syracuse from raiding the citadel and protect the citizens who were fleeing to the citadel, Ascamas tried his best to regroup his defeated army. He fought with the enemies on the streets of the citadel and died in battle. The people of Crotone, who had lost their highest military commander, urgently elected Myron, who had saved them as the commander-in-chief. Lysias and the others did not object. At this time, the higher-ups of Crotone, led by Lysias and Myron, not only rejected the request of the messenger, they also cut off the ears and nose of the messenger to show their courage and determination to fight to the death with the people of Syracuse, and chased him out of the citadel. When the messenger covered his bloody wound and complained to Dionysius, he did not show much anger. He only laughed coldly and said, "Foolish people of Crotone! Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you hide on that hill?" Hiding tens of thousands of people in that small citadel can indeed improve the defense, but can it defend against hunger and thirst? Indeed, the consumption of food for tens of thousands of people was a huge amount. The citizens who rushed up the mountain in a hurry could not carry a large amount of rations. Even if Myron had prepared beforehand, he could not last more than a few days. What worried the people of Crotone even more was that there was no water source on the hill. Usually, the water used by the priests in the temple came from the reservoir in the temple. Because of the storm a few days ago, the reservoir was full, but for the needs of tens of thousands of people, it was only a drop in the bucket. Therefore, Dionysius ordered a small number of troops to surround the citadel of Crotone. He believed that the people of Crotone would not last more than a few days without water and food. They would come down the hill and surrender. He had originally wanted to order the ballistae to fire stone bullets at the citadel to increase the fear of the people of Crotone and force them to surrender earlier. However, on second thought, there was the temple of Apollo in the citadel. If they deliberately destroyed it, it might affect the morale of the soldiers. Moreover, the sudden storm last time also made him, who had always been arrogant, feel worried. At this critical moment, he did not want any accidents to happen. Dionysius understood that the people of Crotone were hiding in the citadel to struggle at death's door, hoping that the people of Dionia would come to their rescue. And Dionia was the target that Syracuse's army was about to attack. However, the soldiers who had just gone through a fierce siege needed to rest and reorganize, so he could only continue to send hired cavalry to the north to scout the enemy's situation. The greedy Namibians and Celts vented their dissatisfaction at not being able to participate in the plundering of the city last night. Surprisingly, Dionysius did not lose his temper. He even specially gave these foreigners a lot of spoils of war. This was because Phoebides once said that these foreign cavalry were a sharp weapon against the people of Dionia in the wild. A fast ship sailed into the port of Crotone. "General, the fleet of Dionia is here," the captain hurriedly reported to Leptinius, who was inspecting the military port and commanding the docked warships. The navy of Syracuse had just moved into the port of Crotone this morning. Compared to Syracuse, the port of Crotone was much larger and could accommodate more warships. Moreover, it was located closer to Dionia's territory, which made it easier for the navy of Syracuse to understand the movements of the Dionysian fleet and better coordinate with the land forces. However, they did not expect the fleet of Syracuse to attack, just as the sailors had yet to fully disembark. Leptinius's heart was beating like a drum, but he still maintained his composure. How many warships are there? Estimating the number of ships at sea was much more difficult than estimating the number of people on land. When a fleet of hundreds of warships sailed on the sea, they usually occupied an area of 5 to 6 nautical miles. After all, human vision was limited, and there was no place to hide in the endless sea. Hence, they had to observe closely, which was very risky. It feels like the number from the last battle. The captain could only give a rough estimate. He then emphasized, those Dionia warships all have drawbridges hanging from the foremast. Leptinius panicked when he heard this. The crushing defeat from a few days ago resurfaced in his mind. To fight or not to fight, he could not make a decision at that moment. Instead, he ran into the city to ask for instructions from Dionysius. When Dionysius learned that the Dionysian fleet was attacking, he pondered for a moment before giving the order resolutely, "Fight!" Regarding this, he had a few considerations. Firstly, since the Dionysian fleet was similar in number to the last battle, and they were all equipped with drawbridges, it meant that his previous analysis was correct. Due to the number of sailors and the difficulty of modifying warships, the Dionia were still using the original warships. In terms of the number of triple-hulled warships, the Navy of Syracuse still had the upper hand. Secondly, as a commander-in-chief, Dionysius knew how much the morale of his soldiers affected their combat effectiveness. The Navy of Syracuse had suffered a great defeat not long ago. If they did not make up for it with victory and chose to retreat instead, it would undoubtedly be dampening their own morale while boosting the enemy's morale. If they encountered the Dionysian fleet in the future, the Navy of Syracuse would undoubtedly be lacking in morale. Furthermore, the main army of Syracuse was concentrated in Crotone. After a day of bitter battle yesterday, they were currently resting. If they allowed the Dionysian fleet to cross the Sea of Crotone and sail towards the defenseless rear, such as the coast of Syracuse or Coruña that had never truly surrendered, it would cause the army of Syracuse to become passive. Hence, Dionysius would never allow such a situation to occur. Chapter 494. This was also the first time the Dionysian fleet had left the waters around Turiae and headed for the Mediterranean Sea. Therefore, it was not just Sicorian who was excited. All the sailors in the fleet were excited. Even the normal speed of the oars was faster than usual. The entire fleet consisted of 150 Raven warships and 30-50 or clippers that were modified from ordinary cargo ships. They were arranged in 6 columns and sailed south. As there was only a westerly breeze when they set off, the Dionysian fleet did not bring any sails. Sicorian only had one mission today: completely defeat the Syracuse Navy. Therefore, when they sailed past Cremissa, Sicorian ordered the fleet to slow down and install the Raven suspension bridge. He also ordered that if there were enemy clippers approaching, they should not be in a hurry to drive them away. They could be allowed to come closer and observe. When the winter sun rose to the middle of the sky, the Dionysian fleet had sailed close to the waters of Crotone. At this time, a yellow flag was raised on the mast of the 3 oars at the forefront. Sicorian, who was in the middle of the fleet, was greatly inspired when he heard the news. The Syracuse Navy that had suffered a crushing defeat was so easily lured out. That was great. No matter how many ships the enemy had, no matter whether they would adopt the circumnavigation strategy or the double-column strategy, the Raven fleet of Dionia only had one strategy: stars in the sky. Raise the black flag and the red flag. Sound the bugle call to attack. Sicorian gave the order without hesitation. The sailors began to gulp down the rations they had prepared. In the upcoming battle, they had to give it their all. However, compared to the anxiety and nervousness of the first time, they were more excited now. It was not only because the previous great victory had given them confidence, but also because the new law that the King of Devers had issued before the expedition gave the sailors, who were mostly free citizens, more motivation. If we win the war, we will become preparatory citizens of the Alliance. This became their common wish. The heavy infantry on the warships were much calmer when they heard the bugle call. They picked up the long shields that covered their heads and blocked the sun. They stood up from the deck unhurriedly and began to stretch their limbs. On the lighthouse of Crotone port, Dionysius, along with a few of his men and Phoebidas, gazed at the azure sea in the distance. Countless warships were rapidly approaching, and a naval battle was about to begin. The outcome of the battle would affect Dionysius's next plan, so Dionysius was nervously clasping his hands together. The Dionia warships at the front line did not increase their speed to the maximum, because after the last naval battle, the Dionia Navy generals summed up their experience and concluded that if the warships were too fast, it would be detrimental to the release of the Crow suspension bridge. However, the Dionia captains felt that the incoming enemy ships were not as fast as before. Why was that? They didn't have much time to think. Amidst the splashing waves, the warships of both sides were already very close. Boom! Boom! The suspension bridges came crashing down and nailed the deck of the Syracuse warships. Hades! The soldiers of the First Legion of Dionia shouted the name of Pluto as they rushed across the suspension bridge. At that moment, a similar cry of Apollo rang out from the enemy's warship. More than 40 Syracuse heavy infantry charged out from the bottom of the warship, filling up the deck that was initially empty. The Dionia captains were stunned. No wonder the Syracuse warships slowed down. There were also many heavy infantry hidden in the bottom of the warship. It turned out that Leptinus had adopted Dionysius' suggestion in order to allow his fleet to contend against the enemy. Syracuse soon received the news from the clippers. Although he was surprised, he still believed that the Legion of Dionysia would emerge victorious in this naval battle. As for the legionnaires, apart from the initial shock, what followed was excitement. The last time they killed the sailors was too easy and did not give them much of a sense of accomplishment. This time, however, it was a real battle. Split up and head over there. The rest follow me. Melisande, the captain of the platoon, quickly gave the order and rushed to the front. As the deck of the three-tiered or warship was not completely covered with wooden planks, there was a gap in the middle that connected to the bottom of the ship. Hence, the soldiers from both sides split into two teams and fought on both sides of the deck. The widest part of the warship was only 6 to 7 meters, and one side of the deck could at most accommodate 2 to 3 people side by side. The warship rocked up and down with the waves, making it impossible for the soldiers to push and shove. Hence, the battle between the heavy infantry on the warship was more of a one-on-one fight or cooperation between 2 to 3 people. Melisande held the long shield in his left hand and faced the enemy's thrusting spear. He pressed his whole body against the shield and slammed it with all his might. The Syracuse soldier's spear broke and he staggered back, only to be supported by his comrades behind him. Melisande was like a maggot attached to a bone. He quickly stuck close to the enemy's body and took advantage of the fact that the enemy's body had not stabilized to hit him with his shield again. The enemy could not stand steadily, and a gap appeared in the round shield that was protecting him. The short sword in Melisande's right hand pierced out like lightning. There was only an "ah," and the enemy covered his right rib and fell to the ground. Throw away the spear and use the saber. Use the saber. Melisande heard the enemies shouting anxiously at each other and thought to himself, "It's too late for you to understand now." He took advantage of the fact that the enemy in front of him had not come up to protect his front with the long shield and turned to stab the enemy diagonally in front of him. On such a narrow deck, the enemy could not dodge at all unless he jumped into the bottom of the ship. Hence, the enemy subconsciously dodged to the left and at the same time waved his saber and slashed at Melisande's wrist. Unexpectedly, Melisande's teammate next to him took the opportunity to hit the enemy with his long shield. The enemy immediately lost his balance and leaned back. Melisande seized the opportunity and turned his wrist to flick the short sword upwards. The sharp blade slashed across the enemy's arm that was holding the saber, leaving a deep wound that could see the bone. Blood flowed, and the saber that was tightly held fell onto the deck on every 2 warships connected by the Crow suspension bridge. The heavy infantry of both sides were fighting fiercely. Overall, the people of Dionia had a clear upper hand. Although the people of Syracuse also sent elite soldiers, they were facing the First Legion of Dionia. The First Legion, which was known as the Undefeatable, not only had the most number of veterans, but they also had the strictest requirements for the selection of new soldiers. The training was also the toughest, but there were still many young people who flocked to it. At the same time, in terms of combat experience at sea, the soldiers of the First Legion of Dionia were far more experienced than their opponents. Not only had they trained for more than a month, but they had also gone through actual combat 3 days ago. The heavy infantry of Syracuse were hastily sent into battle and had not yet adapted to this kind of combat style. They even carried bayonets. It was important to note that long weapons were not trained for a long time on the bumpy warships, so it was impossible to accurately stab. More importantly, there was a difference in weapons and equipment. Corinth's helmet, copper shield, and metal shot armor were too heavy. It was difficult for the Syracuse soldiers to maintain their balance on the swaying ships, so they could not fully utilize their power on land. They could not compare to the more agile and melee soldiers of the Legion of Dionia. However, there was another difference between fighting on the warships and on land. Even if they were defeated, they could not escape. They could only be captured or jump into the sea. This forced the soldiers of Syracuse to do their best to resist the attacks of the Legion of Dionia. In the end, they fought with courage. Some of the Syracuse soldiers used their round shields to withstand the attacks of the enemy, and at the risk of injury, they waited for an opportunity to drag the enemy into the sea. Melisande, who had stabbed and killed several Syracuse soldiers, was accidentally dragged into the sea by the enemy. However, Melisande did not panic after falling into the water because they had training in this area. He quickly took off his helmet and flipped the inner side of the long curved shield. The long shield was actually floating on the sea. Other than the bronze ram in the middle, the long shield was mainly made of wood, wrapped in a thin layer of cowhide. Melisande stepped on the water with one hand on the long shield. Using the buoyancy, he pretended to be relaxed and waved at the soldiers on the ship who were watching him. "I'm fine. You guys continue fighting. Continue fighting." The Syracuse soldier, who fell into the water with him, felt the cold seawater pouring into his tightly sealed Corinth helmet. He immediately felt suffocated. He panicked and wanted to take off his helmet, but in his panic he could not untie the buckle. The round shield on his right arm sank because it was wrapped in copper. Coupled with the heavy helmet and shod armor, he could not float to the surface, no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he drowned in the sea. The suspension bridge operator of the Dionia warship handed a wooden oar to Melisande, who was floating on the sea. Melisande finally climbed onto the warship. As soon as he took a breath, he heard the watchman on the main mast shout, "Enemy ship attack! Enemy ship attack!" Everyone was shocked. Not far away, they saw a warship rushing towards them aggressively. However, the warship was now connected to the enemy ship and could not move at all. "Quickly pull up the suspension bridge!" the captain shouted anxiously at the soldiers on the opposite ship. Melisande followed suit and shouted. The suspension bridge was pulled back, but the enemy ship was already less than 20 meters away. The bronze ram at the bow of the ship shone brightly under the reflection of the seawater and the sun. "Forward right!" Following the captain's urgent shout, the helmsman quickly turned the stern rudder. "Speed up!" The captain's voice had just faded. The piper at the bottom of the ship had already started playing quickly and forcefully. The oarsman at the top led the 2 oarsmen at the bottom to quickly row the wooden oars. However, the warship needed time to quickly move forward from a standstill, and that was what the warship lacked the most right now. Chapter 495. Nearly 200 panicked sailors scrambled to the deck. A loud boom was heard. The entire warship trembled and swayed, and the sailors fell down amidst their screams. A large hole was smashed open in the middle right side of the Dionia warship. The bow of the enemy warship was revealed through the hole, followed by a torrent of seawater. The enemy warship's momentum did not stop there. It continued to cut in, widening the hole. The powerful momentum actually caused the Dionia warship to move a few meters horizontally. The Dionia's oarsmen knew that sinking was inevitable and jumped into the sea one after another. Poor Melisande had just climbed onto the ship, but he had no choice but to jump into the sea again with his shield. He could hear the sailors floating on the surface of the sea complaining, "Why aren't there any fast ships to cover for us?" In fact, more than half of the 30 fast ships of Dionia had been exhausted from running for their lives. When Leptillos had the untrained heavy infantry on the captain, he had already estimated that Syracuse would not have the upper hand in the battle on the ships. However, this time, the navy of Syracuse had nearly 50 more three-decker oars than the enemy. Hence, he decisively adopted the circumnavigation tactic, using the advantage of having more ships to surround the enemy from the outside. When both sides were locked in combat, they could seize the opportunity to cut into the battlefield and ram the immobilized enemy ships. If this was the previous naval battle, the legionnaires on the Dionia warships would have been able to quickly deal with the enemy ships, allowing their own warships to retract the drawbridge and re-enter the battle. However, this time, the addition of heavy infantry on the Syracuse warships greatly extended the duration of the battle after the legionnaires boarded the ships. This provided an opportunity for the Syracuse warships to break in. After nearly 10 Dionia warships were sunk or damaged, the other warships also realized that the situation was not good. Before the legionnaires could finish off the enemy ships, they retracted the Raven suspension bridge and began a real naval battle with the enemy. They did not dare to use the suspension bridge to hook the enemy, because there were no legionnaires on the warships. They were fighting on the enemy ships. So they quickly removed the Raven suspension bridge. The Syracuse warships were more experienced in naval battles, and their sailors cooperated more tacitly. However, because they carried more soldiers, they were slower and less agile. The Dionia warships were less experienced in warship battles, but because they let go of their soldiers, they had an advantage in speed. The situation of the two sides was somewhat different from the previous naval battle. The warships of both sides looked for opportunities on the surface of the sea, chasing, circling, sprinting, colliding from time to time. The wooden oars of the warships would be broken, and the warships would be damaged or even sink. As time passed, the Syracuse warships began to be at a disadvantage in the head-on battle. After all, once the connection was broken, the Dionysian fleet had more warships that could participate in the battle than the Syracuse warships, and often the Syracuse warships were in a terrible situation of 1 versus 2. Leptinius, who was in the rear and not participating in the battle, was very anxious and a little flustered after learning about the situation of the fleet through the lookout. Could it be that they were going to die again? At this time, the lookout shouted from above, "There's a fleet coming from behind." "A fleet from the south? Is it ours?" Leptinius knew that Dionysius did not send an order to Syracuse to transfer the warships back to the main port, but he was still very anxious. But after a while, the lookout's shout shattered his expectations. "It's a black warship. A black warship. They're finally here." Middle-Aids looked at the fierce naval battle ahead and breathed a sigh of relief. Before they set off, Sidorian and the other admirals had already formulated a plan for this battle. As they were worried that the Syracuse people would see the size and strength of their fleet and avoid the battle, they discussed and decided to split the fleet into two. More than 60 captured, 3-tier Syracuse warships would be led by Middle-Aids. After departing from the port of Turiae, they would sail southeast to avoid the detection of Syracuse's clippers and make a semicircle around the coast to rendezvous with the main fleet led by Sidorian at Silatina. But what they did not expect was that the Syracuse fleet stationed at the port of Silatina had already moved to Crotone that morning. Middle-Aids' fleet, which did not receive the news in time, arrived at Silatina only to find that there was no one there. Middle-Aids made a prompt decision and ordered the fleet to turn back. Finally, they found the two parties fighting on the sea near Crotone. At Middle-Aids' command, the fleet quickly joined the battle, pincer attack from the front and back, and sounded the final death knell for the Syracuse fleet. Dionysius, who had watched the entire battle from the port's lighthouse, was livid in the end. He turned around and left the stage without a word. Phoebides, who was the last to leave, continued to look at the battle in the distance that was nearing its end. He thought to himself, Dionia's novel naval warfare method is quite suitable for Sparta. Should I suggest it to the Elder Council when I get back? As for Dionia's consecutive victories in the naval war, it might have a greater impact on the war situation in Greece, changing the balance of power between Dionia and Syracuse. He was happy to see that, because the Western Mediterranean still needed a city-state alliance that could balance Syracuse. Besides, he had a hunch that Syracuse's attack on Dionia would be even fiercer on land. The naval war had ended, but unlike the clean battlefield at the end of the previous naval war, the sea near Crotone was now littered with scattered oars, broken planks, broken warships, floating corpses, and countless sailors and soldiers struggling in the water, crying for help. Dionia drove the damaged warships back and forth on the surface of the sea, rescuing the sailors and soldiers of Dionia who had fallen into the water. They tried their best to arrange them on the warships that had been captured by the legions. Before they set off, the Devers had reminded Sicerian, after the naval war is won, if conditions permit, try your best to rescue the sailors of Syracuse who have fallen into the water. Hence, the Dionian navy extended a helping hand to them. However, after boarding the ships, they would be tied up and detained. Some of the sailors of Syracuse were close to the shore when they fell into the water, so they did not accept help and swam desperately to the shore. In response, the Dionia would change their attitude and drive their warships to crush them. The cleanup and rescue work on the entire battlefield continued until dusk. The brilliance of the setting sun dyed the warships on the sea orange. Only then did Sicerian give the order to return. In the huge Dionysian fleet, the captured warships of Syracuse were in the center, while the warships of Dionia were on the periphery. Although the sailors were tired, the joy of victory made their chants resound through the sea. Accompanied by the melodious sound of the flute, they forcefully pushed and pulled the wooden oars, and the fleet slowly sailed north. Sicerian looked back at the battlefield, where the fierce battle had just taken place. The thrilling scene of his warship almost being rammed by the enemy surfaced in his mind, and he felt excited at this moment. His gaze shifted to a place far away, where the sky and the sea were connected. It was vast and boundless. A sense of heroism rose in his heart, and he excitedly shouted to the captain, "From today onwards, we have the final say in this part of the sea." In this naval battle, other than the 40 or so triple-oared warships, led by Leptinus, who managed to escape to Crotone harbor in time, the rest of the Syracuse fleet's warships were either sunk or captured. In the Dionysian fleet, 23 Raven warships were sunk and more than 10 were damaged. They captured 68 triple-oared Syracuse warships and captured nearly 10,000 Syracuse sailors. What angered Dionysius the most was that of the 9,000 Syracuse heavy infantry he sent out, only slightly more than 2,000 returned. Most of the soldiers had either died in battle or drowned in the sea. The Dionysian fleet captured less than 1,000 of them. It could be said that they had not only lost the naval battle, but also the land battle. Of course, the First Legion of Dionia had also paid the price of more than 2,000 casualties. The Dionysian army did not stop when they reached the city of Castellan. Chief General Amicles and the city's higher-ups were waiting in front of the wooden bridge that Heraclide the Younger had built for Castellan, sending off the Dionysian army that was rushing to the battlefield. At the same time, they also sent more than 1,000 Castellan soldiers and 100 cavalry to join the expedition as part of the alliance's duty. Although the Dionysian army hurried on with their journey, the Devers still rushed to the wooden bridge and expressed their gratitude to the leaders of Castellan. They then exchanged a few pleasantries, and the hidden unhappiness dissipated in the laughter. As the First Legion had gone to the Dionysian fleet, the entire front line was led by the Second Legion. Although Amyntas was brave in battle, as the commander of the Second Legion, he had to be responsible for the safety of the entire legion. Therefore, after crossing the Trionta River, he increased the number of marching columns to 10, with a line of light infantry in the middle. Although the Second Legion of Dionia had yet to fight the mercenary cavalry of Syracuse, Amyntas did not let his guard down due to the Devers' warning. Due to Dionia's extensive development over the past few years, Not only did the swamps disappear in large numbers, but it also began to transform into high-quality plains, causing the population to increase rapidly. However, what the legionnaires saw today were the ruins of several villages along the main road. Chapter 496. Just as the Second Legion was about to reach the wooden bridge over the Rakili River, a few scouts who had been sent out hurried back in panic. Reporting to the Legion commander, "We've discovered enemy cavalry ahead." Their numbers are approximately. Before the scouts could finish their sentence, the enemy cavalry had already appeared on the other side of the Rakili River. They were dark-skinned and had long black hair. They wore thin, short-sleeved linen clothes and held javelins in their hands. They were barefooted, and some of the horses did not even have cushions on their backs. However, the horses moved with great agility. There were about 100 of them, and they showed no fear in the face of the huge army marching toward them. They stood quietly by the river and looked at the other side. Amyntas could feel the cunning and ruthlessness in their eyes. These were the Namibian cavalry. Amyntas recalled the description in the previous battle report and looked at them curiously. It was not fear that rose in his heart, but excitement. Have the light infantry brigade send 200 archers to guard the river and drive away the enemy cavalry on the other side. The other light infantry follow the first brigade closely. Wait for my order. Cross the bridge quickly. The Second Legion moved quickly. The archers rushed to the river, and before they could fire, the Namibian cavalry on the other side immediately ran away, allowing the Second Legion to cross the wooden bridge easily. Just as Amyntas was considering whether to spread out the Second Legion in the form of a two-line, two formation and cooperate with the Seventh Legion to drive away the enemy cavalry that wandered around like flies, a messenger arrived with an order from the Devers. Ignore the cavalry and continue marching on the main road. They must reach Kremissa before dusk. Amyntas had no choice but to give up on the idea and march in column formation again. At first, the Namibian cavalry would rush over from both sides of the main road at high speed from time to time. They would shout a few times and throw a round of javelins. However, after the light infantry shot down a few of their riders with arrows, they became much more cautious. This entangled for a while. Suddenly, the enemy cavalry came from the front and shouted something. Then the cavalry began to retreat. Soon, the ugly Namibians were nowhere to be seen by the soldiers of the Second Legion. The soldiers did not know what was going on, but Amyntas could vaguely guess the reason. It could be that the Dionysian fleet had won another naval battle. The mercenaries were worried that the Dionysian fleet had taken control of the sea near Crotone and would use their warships to break the pontoon bridge over the Neto River and block the Neto River. If that happened, the mercenaries who had been wreaking havoc in Dionia's territory would not be able to return to Syracuse's camp. They would be abandoned and would be killed by the soldiers. As the Namibian cavalry and the Celtic cavalry on the northern plains of Croton fled across the Neto River, Dionia warships had already appeared at the mouth of the river. The Namibians reported their findings to Dionysius. "The reinforcements from Dionia are here? So fast." Phasapeses was surprised. The troops had just breached Ciudad Crotone yesterday, and today Dionia had rushed over. "How many are there?" Astagras asked anxiously. Akelida held up 3 fingers. "About 30,000. 30,000. Astagras calculated seriously. "There are about 10,000 Dionia soldiers in Asbrustum, and nearly 10,000 in Crimea. If that's the case, when Dionia comes to Crotone's territory, they will gather more than 50,000 soldiers. That's not a small number. Don't forget to count the heavy infantry on Dionia's warships." Phasapeses reminded Astagras. "Dionia has at least 60,000 soldiers. The soldiers on Dionia's warships have been fighting with our soldiers for a long time." "There aren't many of them left," Astagras retorted. "You have to admit that Dionia can capture so many of our warships. It means that their losses are not too great." Phasapeses insisted on his opinion. Phoebides silently listened to the 2 Syracuse generals arguing about the number of troops. He could not help but feel a little envious. When Syracuse and Ionia, the two powerful forces in the western Mediterranean, went to war, the number of soldiers dispatched was more than 50,000. This was something that Sparta and its allies could not achieve. At this time, another Namibian beside Akelida said a few words loudly in Namibian. Phasapeses immediately stopped arguing with his colleague and asked curiously, "What did he say?" Akelida replied, "My men said, some of the enemies are wearing black armor. Some of them are wearing the same armor as you, and some of them are not wearing armor at all, and they are not holding any weapons." It turned out that among the reinforcements led by the Devers, the soldiers of the 2nd Legion were all official citizens, wearing standard black helmets, black armor, spears, long shields, short swords, and javelins. The soldiers of the 7th Legion were mostly preparatory citizens and registered freedmen. They did not have enough money to buy Dionia's standard equipment, so the weapons and equipment they carried were very messy. It was not until the Tarentum soldiers were annihilated and captured that all the soldiers of the 7th Legion were able to change into the heavy infantry equipment taken from the Tarentum soldiers. Corinth's helmet, linen breastplate, round shields, shin plates, spears, sabers, and the supply team at the rear was also loaded with thousands of heavy infantry equipment also taken from the Tarentum captives. Those were prepared for the Legio VI stationed in Cremissa. As for the Spear Brigade, in order to not leak the secret, Syracuse was informed in advance. After all, the 4-meter-long spears were too eye-catching. So they marched empty-handed and transported the spears to the port of Cremissa through cargo ships. That was why the Namibians had such an illusion. I knew it. How could Dionia have so many citizen soldiers? It turns out that they have recruited all the freedmen, but they don't have the ability to fully equip them with weapons. It's useless even if they have more people. Astagras glanced at Phasapeses and laughed. Phasapeses did not argue with him anymore, and the expression on his face was much more relaxed. As an opponent, he certainly hoped that the Dionysian army was as weak as possible. "Apollo, the reinforcements of Dionia have come at the right time." At this time, Dionysius, who had been in deep thought, spoke. Ever since he witnessed the defeat of the navy, his face had been gloomy. His subordinates thought that he was angry about the navy's failure, but they did not know that he was actually worried about the fate of this huge army. He had thought of a crucial problem. Even if the Syracuse army continued to attack Cremissa, Castellan, and even southern Turiae, the Dionia would not dare to divide their forces to their fleets and land at the back of the Syracuse army. However, as long as the Dionia burned the wooden bridges across the wide Crati River, the Syracuse army would not be able to cross the Crati River and attack the heart of the Dionia alliance, northern Turiae. Once the Syracuse army stopped at the Crati River, the Dionia would be able to defend the river while sending their fleets to ambush the rear of the Syracuse army. This would definitely exhaust the Syracuse army, and in the end, the Syracuse army would be defeated. The thought of this possibility made Dionysius break out in cold sweat. He was already thinking of retreating. Should he just let Phoebidas go to Turiae to negotiate for peace? Back in the main tent, Dionysius stole a few glances at the silent Sparta man with his back ramrod straight. He knew that Sparta hoped that the Syracuse army would end the war as soon as possible so that they could assist them in defeating the anti-Sparta alliance. However, he would never do that. If he needed the support of Sparta when he first became the tyrant, now that he was fully fledged, he did not need a powerful ally to tell him what to do. On the contrary, Sparta would lower their arrogant heads and let the Syracuse army gain more benefits. At this moment, Dionysius did not mind making use of Sparta's impatience to achieve his goal. What kind of terms and conditions should he propose? Would the young man from Dionia accept the fact that the territory they occupied would become the sphere of influence of both sides? Or would he return to Siltam and hand Crotone over to Dionia? Although he had exhausted the national treasury and led such a large army, he still could not occupy a single city in Dionia. Dionysius was really unwilling to accept this. However, as a ruler who was good at weighing the gains and losses, He was able to not completely drive out Carthage's forces in Sicily despite the fact that Carthage was defeated and Syracuse had an absolute advantage in Sicily. Naturally, he was able to swallow his unwillingness for the time being. Moreover, this expedition had occupied so many Greek city-states, almost controlling the southern part of Greece, and stopping the expansion of Dionysius' forces to the south. Moreover, the strength of Syracuse had increased significantly. In fact, Dionysius had already achieved half of his goals. As long as he returned and strengthened his navy, when the national treasury was full, he would attack Greece again. He believed that he would definitely be able to destroy Dionia. Chapter 497. At this moment, Dionysius swept away the gloominess from before and said loudly, "We need a victory to restore the morale of the soldiers." "Sir," Phasapeses cautiously reminded, "the people of Dionia have the advantage of the sea. They may not be willing to fight with us." "That's not up to them," Dionysius sneered. At dusk, Dionia's reinforcements arrived at the city of Cremissa. Governor Protesilaus and Legio VI's commander Olivers led their troops out of the city to welcome them. Your Majesty, you're finally here." Plotsilus had received the notice from the Senate a few days ago. Although he was surprised by the news that the Devers had become the king of Dionia, he did not have much objection. On the contrary, he was relieved to see the Devers. "Sir Protesilaus, during this period of war, among all the cities of Dionia, you were under the greatest pressure, but you did very well. Under the heavy pressure of the Syracuse army, you still managed to stabilize the city of Cremissa. On behalf of the Senate, I thank you for your efforts during this period." The Devers said sincerely. According to Aristyra's intelligence, Protesilaus was not strict with Cremissa, which led to political instability. If it were not for Olivers's timely arrival, the situation in Cremissa would have been even worse. However, after realizing his mistake, he was able to follow the good advice and assist Legio VI in supervising the entire city. He was also busy arranging food and lodging for a large number of people who had fled into the city. He dealt with various matters in a timely manner, greatly alleviating the conflict between the people who had fled from the villages outside the city and the residents in the city, ensuring the stability of the city. Therefore, the Devers' words were not polite words, but sincere praise. This is all thanks to Commander Olivers's full help. Protesilaus looked at Olivers modestly. "Yes, Your Majesty, our brothers of Legio VI have all become patrol members for the sake of Cremissa's safety." Olivers said half jokingly and half seriously, "It seems that your position as the patrol leader was not in vain." The Devers teased, "When the war is over, how about letting you be the patrol leader of a city?" "Your Majesty, it seems that you have not cared about me for the past few years. I have not been the patrol leader for many years." Oliver pretended to be aggrieved and said, "I'm now the assistant of the quartermaster in the Ministry of Military Affairs. According to regulations, after the war ends, I should be promoted to a higher position, such as a middle-level inspector." The seemingly casual words of the Devers made Protesilaus' heart skip a beat. It seemed that even if the Devers became the king, he would still let the Senate exercise his authority like before. Diphos' seemingly casual words made Protesilaus' heart skip a beat. It seemed that even if Diphos became king, he would still let the Senate carry out his power as he did before. "Personally, I don't think the post of inspector is suitable for you. You can consider the post of an intermediate judge." The following words of the Devers were obviously a joke. As soon as the words left his mouth, Olivers shook his head vigorously. "I can't remember so many items of the Alliance laws, even if you beat me to death. The patrol leader suits me better." The Devers laughed out loud. Everyone laughed along with him. Amidst the laughter, the Devers turned to ask Protesilaus, "What difficulties does Cremissa have now?" "It's mainly food and accommodation." Protesilaus blurted out, "There is not much food in the city." The people outside the city did not bring much food with them when they escaped into the city. Some of them only brought some rations because they were in a hurry. Furthermore, there are so many soldiers of Legio 6. If your Majesty did not lead the army here today, I would have discussed with Olivers tomorrow and asked him to send soldiers to the Senate to request emergency food aid for Cremissa. The city is indeed in a tight spot. Olivers interrupted. Lord Protesilaus even tried to persuade the people in the city to share their food with the people who escaped into the city. However, a small number of people expressed strong dissatisfaction with this. The Devers stared at the two of them, then looked around at the other public officials of Cremissa and said with a serious expression, "Our war with Syracuse will determine the survival of the alliance. In such a critical period, all the people of the alliance should unite and fight against the enemy to defeat Syracuse and win a better future for the alliance. Therefore, if anyone acts to undermine the stability of the alliance and obstruct Dionia's preparations for war, they are no longer people of Dionia, but enemies of Dionia. The Senate and the city halls have the right to impose heavier punishments according to the Wartime Act, even the death penalty. Don't worry, just boldly manage the city." After hearing this, Olivers winked at Protesilaus, meaning to say, "I'm right, right?" The Devers' serious words revealed a murderous intent, causing Protesilaus' heart to tremble. He said to his men one after another, "We understand. You don't have to worry about the food." The Devers comforted them again. In the next few days, there will be a large amount of food being shipped from the port of Turin. Tomorrow, the army will be heading to the Croton Plains. There will be no more enemy cavalry here. You can arrange for the people who are hiding in the city to return to their homes, rebuild their homes, take care of the destroyed farmland, and prepare for next year's spring sowing. Master Protesilaus, you have to arrange these things well. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Protesilaus was greatly relieved when he heard the Devers' words, and immediately promised, "Your Majesty, will Legio 6 be heading to the Croton Plains as well?" Olivers asked hurriedly. The Devers smiled and said, "Are you not planning to continue being the patrol captain in Cremissa? We, Legio 6, are going to settle the score with the Syracuse mercenary cavalry and avenge the people of Cremissa and our brothers who died in battle." Olivers said in a deep voice, "After Legio 6 entered Cremissa, it was not that he did not send out troops in an attempt to drive away the enemy cavalry that was wreaking havoc in the Croton Plains. However, the inexperienced soldiers of Legio 6 could not do anything to the galloping mercenary cavalry. Instead, a small unit was lured away from the main force, and in the end they were attacked by the Celtic cavalry and the Namibian cavalry with javelins, killing all of them. Olivers was forced to retreat his troops back into the city, not daring to leave the city easily. The Devers felt the fire in his eyes and nodded solemnly. "You will get what you want." Accompanied by the sound of military music, the marching column that was like a long dragon had almost reached the city gate. Only then did the Devers stop talking and followed Protesilaus and the others into the city, followed by the guards behind them. Although there is a lot of food this time, there are many places that need to be distributed, and there are a lot of people. Therefore, the amount of food that will be distributed to Cremissa City will not be too much. You have to control the amount of food that is distributed to each household. Try to make sure that the distribution is fair, and at the same time, try to maintain the distribution for as long as possible, so that the next batch of food can be delivered, Divers whispered to Protesilaus as they walked. Protesilaus' heart tightened. It seemed that the food situation in Dionia was not as optimistic as what the Devers had said to the crowd. So he nodded cautiously. "I understand. Can the city of Cremissa accommodate more than 30,000 people?" The Devers asked again. "After receiving advance notice, we have made some preparations. The empty space in front of the Temple of Hades and the Temple of Apollo has been reserved. The square occupied by Legio 6 can be squeezed a little more. In addition, we have also discussed with some people with large residential areas to let some of the officers and soldiers stay there. After all, the army will only stay for one night. The city of Cremissa will try its best to let the soldiers stay there. After Protesilaus explained the arrangements they had made, he hesitated for a moment, and then said seriously, "Your Majesty, there is something I want to report to you." "Speak." "In the past few years, the swamp area near the Lakili River has been gradually transformed into a plain. At the same time, after it was incorporated into Cremissa, the population of Cremissa has been increasing rapidly. Now, there are nearly 15,000 citizens and prospective citizens registered in the household registry of Cremissa, and more than 20,000 registered free people. Now, most of them live outside the city, farming and herding cattle and sheep. Moreover, the land on this plain has not been completely distributed, and there may be more people coming to Cremissa in the future. With such a large population, and the fertile land of the Swamp Plain and the Croton Plain, agriculture will definitely prosper in the future. Moreover, Cremissa has a port, and trade will also flourish. By then, people living outside the city will probably hope to live in the city. However, the area of the current city of Cremissa is too small, and we have to expand the new city outwards. Your consideration is very long-term, and I personally agree with you. You can write a proposal and submit it to the Senate for approval before allocating the funds for the construction of the city. However, this should only be considered after we defeat Syracuse and end the war," said the Devers with relief. Thurii wanted to expand, Cremissa wanted to expand. The rapid development of the Dionia alliance surprised even him. "Your Majesty, we still have to rely on you to defeat these D*MN invaders and restore peace and tranquility to Dionia," said Protesilaus sincerely. The Devers smiled. When he passed through the city gate and entered the street, his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 498. The adults' faces were filled with anxiety from losing their homes, and they discussed their resentment toward the people of Syracuse, the progress of the war, and their expectations and dissatisfaction toward their own troops. The children, on the other hand, treated the refuge as a playground, playing and fooling around together. When the streets were too noisy, the people in the houses on both sides of the street would come out to express their dissatisfaction. Most of the time, the refugees on the street would listen to the advice and temporarily restore peace. At this time, someone would sigh, "How great would it be if we had our own house in the city? Then we wouldn't have to be afraid of enemy invasion." His words naturally incited another round of debate. Although the streets were chaotic, they were relatively clean. However, when a breeze blew past, the pungent smell of urine assailed their noses. The Devers immediately covered their mouths and noses and looked at Protesilaus. Protesilaus said helplessly, "Your Majesty, we've already followed the doctor's advice and arranged for the people to clean the streets every day. We've also warned them to go to the river to pee and defecate to prevent the outbreak of the disease. But those children," since Protesilaus had already taken effective measures, the Devers naturally would not say anything else. As they approached, the bored refugees noticed the Devers and shouted excitedly, "It's Lord Devers! Lord Devers is here!" The news that the Devers had become the king of Dionia had been officially conveyed by the Senate to the various subordinate cities. However, the refugees in Cremissa were always worried about their homes being trampled by the enemy, so they were not too concerned about the news. Therefore, they still shouted the familiar name. At this moment, they stopped complaining and arguing and rushed toward the Devers. The guards immediately prepared to protect him. "Lord Devers, you're finally here. The people of Syracuse burned down our village. Our homes are all gone. Lord Devers, when will you lead the troops to drive away those ferocious foreign tribes? When will we be able to return to our land? Lord Devers, my father died in the hands of those damned foreign tribes. You must kill them all to avenge us." The people were like wanderers who had finally seen their parents. They poured out their sufferings and anger to the Devers. The guards and Olivers saw that more and more people were gathering. They were afraid that something bad might happen, so they wanted to drive them away. The Devers stopped them and listened to their pain with a heavy expression. They comforted them patiently and made a solemn promise that they would defeat the people of Syracuse and help them rebuild their homes. Henipolis led more than 1,000 Lao soldiers loyal to him out of the mountain path and arrived at the Laos River fortress. After rendezvousing with the 3,000 Lacanian reserve soldiers, led by Bagul, they traveled south along the Laos River and soon arrived outside the city of Laos. Here, the military commander of the Brudi region, Helos, who was temporarily appointed by the Devers, had already replaced Saru, the administrator of Vigo City. He led more than 3,000 Brudi reserve soldiers to arrive a day earlier and set up camp. The rendezvous of the three troops increased the total strength of Daionia to nearly 8,000. Arabuma, who was in the city, frowned when he heard the news. He regretted that he did not decisively lead his troops out of the city yesterday and defeat the enemies from Brudi first. At that time he had his concerns. Although he had gathered 5,000 soldiers in the city of Laos, he knew the combat power of Daionia soldiers well because he had been dealing with Daionia for many years. Unless he led the majority of his troops to attack, he did not have the confidence to defeat them. If he really did that, he was worried that there would be chaos in the city. In the past few days, rumors had spread in the city of Laos. The civilians and slaves were very resentful toward the officials and tribal leaders. There were even a few major conflicts. Moreover, the news of the Syracuse's defeat that was initially blocked had spread, which fueled their arrogance. Under such circumstances, how would Arabuma dare to move the main force of his troops out of the city? Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to defend the city of Laos and hope that Syracuse could defeat Daionia on land. Only then could he change the terrible situation in Laos. To this day, he still could not figure out how the powerful navy of Syracuse could lose to the Dionysian fleet that was assembled together. Could it be that the consul Devers of Daionia were really blessed by the gods? Due to Bagul's humility, the command of the three troops was handed over to the former commander of Legio IV, the Senate, Senator Helos, who had more experience and was more trusted by the Devers. At this moment, in the newly built tent, Helos, Bagul, and Henipolis, as well as Henipolis's most trusted general, Eliandos, were having a discussion. In addition, there was also a special person in the tent. He was the head of the Devers Intelligence Department, Tratus. He was previously appointed by Chief Aristiras to be in charge of Laos's spy activities on the west coast. After Tratus introduced the actual situation in Laos, it greatly boosted Helos and Bagul's confidence in taking down Laos. After all, if Arabuma were to focus on defense, it would be impossible for 8,000 men to take down a stone city guarded by 5,000 men. As a mixed force that was hastily assembled, they did not even have an engineering battalion, let alone a ballista. At this moment, Henipolis said something that shocked everyone in the tent. "Sir Henipolis." Helos composed himself and asked, "Are you really going to do this?" "Of course." Henipolis raised his head, his eyes filled with hatred. "When I became the consul of Laos, I wanted to do this, but those greedy wolves would not give me the chance to do so." But now Henipolis sneered. "Since they have betrayed me, I will let them have a taste of being betrayed by the people." For the rest of the day, the Dionysian army began to build siege equipment, and Tratus contacted his subordinates in the city through a special method. The next day, while the Devers led the army from Cremissa to the Neto River, Helos also led the army to line up outside the city of Laos. Looking at the enemies below the city, with their war flags fluttering in the wind, the soldiers and generals of Laos on the city walls could not help but feel nervous. After all, they had been under the wing of Daionia for many years, and were used to seeing and hearing about the bravery and continuous victories of the Daionia soldiers. Seeing this, Arbutus laughed and said, "The Daionia are just trying to scare us. They will not dare to attack the city. The lives of more than 1,000 soldiers and their families under Henipolis are in our hands, and they have no fighting spirit at all. Apart from them, the number of Daionia soldiers is not much more than ours, and we still have the high walls, moats, abatis, and traps. Unless the Daionia are crazy, they will not dare to come and die with their meager forces." Sir Consul is absolutely right. The warriors of Laos are not afraid of any threats. I hope that the Daionia will attack the city so that we can take the opportunity to defeat them. Asanu above, it's time to let the Dionysians see the power of the Laos warriors. His subordinates showed their courage to Arbutus. At this moment, more than 20 riders ran out of the Dionia army and stopped less than 100 meters away from the city. The leaders shouted, "Warriors of Laos, I am the son of Avanogus, your consul Henepolis." As soon as his voice fell, more than 20 people repeated his words at the same time, so that the people on the city walls could hear him clearly. "Sir, it's that kid. Let's shoot him." The subordinate's expression changed, and he suggested to Arbutus. Arbutus waved his hand. He had mixed feelings about this nephew of his. He felt guilty for taking away his power, the pain of breaking his brother's promise, the heartache for not living up to his expectations, and the worry that he would act recklessly. Arbutus knew that he had to face this young man bravely and cut off the negative emotions in his heart in order to truly become a qualified ruler of Laos. So he wanted to hear what his nephew had to say first, and then refute him. "Warriors of Laos, we are the descendants of the noble Sabaris people, but for decades we have been slaves of the mutated people. Under the leadership of my father, you who did not want to be slaves rose up and fought back bravely. You drove away the mutated people and became the masters of Laos." Henepolis waited for his subordinates to finish speaking, and then he shouted again, "But have you really become the masters of this city? Most of you don't have land, and you can't take up positions in the city-state. You can't participate in the planning of the city-state, and you don't have any political power. Because of your poverty, you have to belong to various clans and tribes to survive. You have to work hard for the officials and leaders, and you have to work hard to graze and grow crops in exchange for a little bit of food. The officials and leaders who don't have to do any work enjoy delicious food, and they occupy positions in the city-state of Laos. They occupy all the land in Laos, and they pass all kinds of laws that help them rule over you. Look at those fat generals and leaders around you. Do you really think that you are the masters of this city? Have you really gained your freedom? Shoot! Shoot now!" Arbutus ordered angrily. He did not expect his reckless nephew to expose the secret of their rule over Laos in public. "Damn it, that damn Henepolis! Does he not want our family to rule over this city anymore?"